One live. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the May 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be done by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners before we proceed to commission discussion and votes. There are 5 items in today's commissioner discussion and vote section. This includes an executive director search update, administrative extensions for licenses discussion, topics for legislative and executive branch outreach, accounts receivables discussion, and the CCC 2024 key priorities and operational changes. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting, please raise their hand to be recognized. I will also add that we do have one item that was unanticipated at the time of posting, which may call for an executive session at the end of the meeting today. So that will be the last item, and I will explain that more when we get to that time period. At this point, I will ask commissioners to please provide any opening comments that you may have at this point, and we'll go in, we'll do reverse alphabetical order. We'll switch it up a little bit. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just thanks to all our team for the great work that they do. You know, it's our second meeting of the month. It's obviously a little more policy heavy, but thank the staff who made time to update us on topics that they were bringing forward. So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Acting Chair, Commissioner Stebbins, and everyone. Since our last public meeting was held just a mere 2 weeks ago, my opening comments will be really brief. I just want to start by thanking United States Congressman Bill Keating's office for contacting me to discuss the significant supply chain and transportation issues currently facing Martha's Vineyard, as we discussed at our last public meeting. I want to especially thank Mike Jackman, District Director for Congressman Keating's office, for his assistance in facilitating discussions with the relevant federal government agencies to discuss potential solutions to the transportation problem as a result of federal law incongruent with the current regulatory framework. Again, I want to thank Congressman Keating for his assistance in trying to help solve this issue, and I look forward in the coming weeks to our public hearing on the island. Also, this weekend, as we observe Memorial Day, let us pause to remember the fallen and all who valiantly serve to protect and defend our freedom. We are forever grateful, and freedom is never free. So that's it. My comments are brief. Thank you so much for my time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. And I will be exceptionally brief today. Just welcome everyone who's joining us online. Thank you to the staff for preparing us for today's meeting. There are 5 items, but this will be a really in-depth conversation today. So I want to thank you all for all the work and getting us prepared for this conversation. And with that said, we can dive right into it. So the first item is the Executive Director Search Update, and this is being presented by our Acting Executive Director and Chief People Officer, Debbie Hilton Creek. Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning.
I will hand things over to you to walk us through and give us some updates.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll start with the Executive Director Search Update, and let me get to my favorite document. Okay, so this update is going to cover from May 8th, 2024 through September 30, 2024. And I'll go through these quickly, but if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to.
Hand things over to you to walk us through and give us some updates.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll start with the Executive Director Search Update. And there's a delay. Favorite document. Okay, so this update is going to cover from May 8th, 2024 through September 30, 2024. And I'll go through these quickly, but if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to. So, Madam Acting Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, Debbie, hold on one second. Jen, do you mind muting your screen? I think that's coming from you. Okay, Debbie, yes, please.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, great. All right. So I will go back to my document. So this update is going to cover May 8th, 2024 through September 30th, 2024. And we're picking up basically, where we left off. And as I had mentioned from the first report, when we launched the search for the executive director, I had mentioned that, the dates may change, tasks may be added as we move throughout the process. So starting with May 8th through June 15th, obviously everyone knows that the position was posted, it's been launched. We are now 2 weeks into the accepting applications phase, which will run for another 3.5 weeks. On May 22nd, OML compliance guidance document was shared with the subcommittee. And if you recall, the subcommittee was already approved at a previous public meeting. May 23rd, which is today, there's going to be commission voting on voting members of the subcommittee. And moving forward through June 15th, we will probably be convening, and I shouldn't say probably, I know for sure we'll be convening the committee, and the screening of applicants will most likely begin during this time frame. And this is between May 24th and June 15th. The HR team and I have been working on pulling the resumes together. And so we will be ready for the screening committee once we convene. The position closes on June 14th. June 15th, the position closes. And so all applications that come in between now and June 15th will be presented to the screening committee.
Debbie, there's a question from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Debbie, I have a question about the third bullet, or maybe the fourth bullet down, voting members of the subcommittee approved by the commission. So can you share with us who exactly are the voting members and how does that work?
I can actually answer that. I'll intervene. So we will be voting today to have the members officially becoming the voting members. But there are 13 members total of the subcommittee. 5 members will be the voting members. The entire subcommittee will be reviewing all applications and also being a part of compiling the questions for all candidates. But the 5 members of that voting committee will convene those initial interviews. I'll stop there and let Debbie add any additional comments as well.
Yeah, and Commissioner Roy, thank you for the question, and thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So the subcommittee, this date that I have here is May 23rd is today, which means that the commission is going to be voting on who will be voting to approve the subcommittee voting members. So, and as Madam Chair said, the entire committee will screen all the applications, and then they will make the recommendations. They will also make the recommendations to the voting members, and the voting members then will make the recommendations to the commission in terms of who will be interviewed.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Who are the 5 voting members who will be nominated today to be voting members?
Sure, happy to share that with you. So the voting members on the subcommittee are Madam Chair, Commissioner Stebbins, myself, Lisa Schlegel, our Chief Financial and Accounting Officer, and Mary Alice Curley, Communications Director. Those are the 5 voting members.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And who are the other non-voting members of the subcommittee?
Oh, Debbie, did you want to provide that, or is it easier for me to provide it?
So I did not hear that because she was frozen. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Roy, can you repeat?
Commissioner Roy, can you repeat?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing who will be nominated to be voting members of the subcommittee. Could you please share the staff members that will participate in a non-voting capacity?
Of course, I can absolutely do that as well. So the non-voting advisory members will be Freya Brocklehurst. She's a senior IT support specialist. Anne Marie Burt, Director of Digital and Creative Services. Armand Anas, Investigations Manager. Christina Gasson, General Counsel, who also will be the committee facilitator. Kathy Oliver Jones, Director of Constituent Services. Roque Rosa, Executive Assistant, Investigations and Enforcement. Wendy Sanchez, Human Resources Generalist. Dara Sands, Manager, Equity Programming and Strategic Partnerships.
Thank you.
So we wanted to be able to employ a committee that was well representative of the agency and all its divisions and departments. And so we felt this group was an excellent selection for us to work with as a committee.
Debbie, are there any additional components of the update? I had
Yes.
a question, but I don't want to get ahead of you in case you are already going to have additional information.
Okay, so moving on to June 16th through June 30th would be the next date on the update. During this period of time, there's going to be screening of applicants that will continue. Selection of candidates to be interviewed, will also be occurring at this time. And screening may continue. And I'm just going to say this because it closes on the 15th. So June 16th, if we were to receive any applications that were outside of the deadline date, which is a closing date of June 15th, screening of those applications may continue at the commission's discretion. And I'm not saying, to applicants out there, to delay getting your applicants in, get them in before the 15th, because if they come in after the 15th, that is going to be at the discretion of the commission. So far, so good, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
So far, so good. The one question I have is about the number we've received so far. And
Okay.
I didn't want to get ahead of you if you were already planning to include that.
Yeah, I think that's like kind of almost last on the
Okay.
list. Just to keep you, excited and anticipating, where we are so far. Okay, so July 1st through the 13th, we're looking at scheduling of the first round of interviews. And this means that time period, those 2 weeks, will be taken to decide the candidates who will be interviewed. And once we have that within that period of time, we're also going to be now scheduling first round interview for the 14th through the 31st of July. August 1st through the 15th, we move to the second round of interviews. And the first round of interviews will be conducted between the 14th and the 31st. The second round will be conducted from the 1st through the 15th. And the scheduling of the final round will begin around the same time that the second round of interviews are being conducted. And the same thing with the first round. When the first round of interviews are being conducted, scheduling of the second round will also be occurring simultaneously. August 22nd to September 15th, we're looking at the final round of interviews to be conducted. And candidates will be interviewed at the public meeting, ideally, and possibly at the first public meeting in September. Now, please remember that this is contingent upon commissioners' schedules, what had already been prearranged that they cannot move, that some of these dates may be pushed out. And we put that in there because we want to preserve the opportunity to make sure that this is a really good, sound, and quality process for us. September 16th through the 30th, subcommittee makes recommendations to voting members. Voting members make recommendation to the commission for who the commission will select or elect to serve in that role. And once that has occurred, then the commission, it will go to the second, ideally, again, possibly the second public meeting in September. And at that point, there would be an announcement, once it's been approved or that candidate has been approved by the commission. And subsequent to that, at the discretion of the commission, the offer is made and negotiations for onboarding will occur if there's an acceptance. So going back to the question about how many applicants we have so far, as of, I believe it was the end of the first week of the posting, we had a little over 100 plus. We have 100 plus applications right now. There has been more applications that have been coming in. I don't have a final number for you as of today, but I can share that information with you later as to the number of applicants we have right now.
Thank you, Debbie. I have a few questions. I wonder, and I guess the first example I'll use is the June 16th to June 30th timeline to screen applicants. I wonder if that can be consolidated. I wonder if there are certain timeframes here that because I see this as being the commission's priority. The only thing that would interfere calendar-wise would be a public meeting. Other than that, this is the priority. With that in mind, is there some leeway or some wiggle room to make this time frame to condense it a bit?
Sure, absolutely. It's all going to be, and I try to be as broad as possible in terms of the timeframes and dates for the different activities, but we can shorten them. There's a potential that it may be lengthened. It's all going to be dependent upon the availability of the candidates. And because sometimes candidates are not available to leave, especially if they're currently employed, they may not be available to, participate in an interview during the timeframes that I have here. And so if it's a candidate that you're wanting to interview, then we may have to push some of these dates out. But we absolutely can also do the opposite. We can shorten the dates if candidates are available within those timeframes.
I understand that, but then there are certain elements here that are internal to us at the commission. So the scheduling of the first round of interviews, the screening, there are things even earlier than that. I guess that I see those as being areas where we can make it a shortened length of time.
Yes, we can absolutely shorten the time. Given that we also have 13 members on the committee and we are screening, applications, depending on the number of applications, that may also push that timeline out. But we can absolutely consider shortening some of these timelines. When we started this, the timelines were aggressive. And now it looks like we're shifting to, we're getting down to the wire now where the real work begins with the committee. And so, yeah, we can absolutely take a look at that. I can't promise that, that's going to happen. Again, it's all going to be dependent upon, how quickly the committee can get through the screenings and how quickly candidates will be available for interviews.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. My question, Debbie, is the screening of applicants. Who is conducting the screening, the initial screening of applicants?
I can answer that. That's the entire subcommittee.
Okay, and as a non-member of the subcommittee or voting, would I still be able to have access to all of the resumes just for personal review? Debbie?
Debbie, answer that.
As a commission, I would imagine that you're all hiring an ED. This individual is going to be reporting to a body of commissioners, and I would expect if any commissioner wanted to take a look at all of the resumes that have come in, that you would have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. So I guess I am formally requesting access to all of the resumes to review.
Let me pause. I see our general counsel has joined us.
I will.
General counsel, did you have a response to
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Roy?
Good morning, Madam Acting Chair, Commissioners. I wanted to be clear. So the subcommittee is a preliminary screening committee. So just as you know, it can only have a subquorum of commissioners on it. So that means that there can only be 2 commissioners on the screening committee. So what that means is I don't necessarily see any issue with accessing the resumes, but just to be aware, there can't be any deliberations between the members of the screening committee and other commissioners that are not on the screening committee. So that's just a reminder for the open meeting law purposes. But as far as reviewing the materials, obviously, I don't see any particular issue with that. It's just to bear in mind as you move forward with respect to communications.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Debbie, for walking through the calendar and to kind of pick up on the chair's point and your point, Debbie, about looking at opportunities where the timeline, the calendar might be a little more compressed. Debbie, is it your experience that obviously allowing 2 weeks for second round interviews, I'll just pull that kind of time frame off the calendar. A lot of that depends on how many candidates we actually have in that round, right? So thinking through our interest in kind of where we can and where it's appropriate, where it's diligent to kind of compress some time frames. Some of that is going to be driven by the number of folks that the committee and chooses to interview, how many folks move on to the second interview, et cetera. Is that fair to say, Debbie?
Right. Yes, that's a factor as well. And as I said, if individuals who are applying are currently employed, then, there's some consideration regarding their availability. And, some individuals may not be available during any of these timeframes, and they may need to be pushed out, which means that if they are pushed out later, if they are part of the second round or first round or even final round, and we need to adjust our dates and timelines to accommodate that, then that's definitely a possibility. And we can adjust these as we go along. This is really a guideline for the commissioners, just to give us a step-by-step as to what we expect to happen in each of these timeframes. So we can adjust them as we go along. If the screening committee gets through all of the resumes and, and makes recommendations in 2 days or 3 days, then, that really saves us a lot of time. So So there are a lot of variables that come into play here in terms of where we're going to land. When we started this, we felt that it would take us through August, but then we had a little bit of a delay that took us through September. Well, now last time, I think we were also, right up against September. So we actually had made some ground in terms of the work that was done internally to shorten the time frame. So I don't see that we can't have an offer out to an ED sometime in September to get it to the second meeting in September. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, just invite our GC and / committee facilitator back on screen. I just want to go back to the previous slide and invite our GC because she was responsible for kind of pulling the document together that was shared with members of the committee. I just think for everybody's awareness and understanding kind of what that memo reminded committee members about obligations under open meeting law and things like that. So I don't know if Christina, you could just take a moment to give a highlight of what that memo was that went out to the committee members as part of this first step.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. So I sent a memo to the commission, to the subcommittee members who were designated at our previous public meeting as subcommittee search members to provide some guidance regarding the preliminary screening process. Again, the screening committee is the subcommittee is technically a preliminary screening committee, and it allows the commissioners to select a final candidate, but also allows these interviews to take place in closed executive session. So I gave some guidance just indicating what types of matters would be conducted in public session and what types of matters would be conducted in private session. So public session, you'd be discussing general matters surrounding the hiring process, which may include looking at the job description, any kind of engagement or posting issues, discussing how many preliminary rounds of interviews to conduct, how many finalists to review to refer to the commission, just information about reviewing questions for interviews, who will participate in the interviews, and then also reviewing and approving minutes like the commissioners do. So this is a public body and it'll just take place as a subcommittee. So they'll be reviewing and approving their own minutes. Those items that will be taking place in closed executive session are all those matters that concern the candidates. So any types of review of resumes, applications, conducting those interviews, and recommending the finalist candidates to the commission. Those matters will all be conducted in closed executive session under Purpose 8 of the Open Meeting Law. So I outlined how the subcommittee meetings would usually go in that process, and I think this chart is developed based upon reviewing resumes, scheduling interviews, selecting candidates, and then if there are 2 rounds, doing that, and then finally recommending those candidates to the commission. I also included some information about the roles of voting members and non-voting members. So for the purposes of an open meeting law, those voting members are the quorum of the subcommittee. So just like the commission, a quorum of 3 members of the subcommittee will be required in order to convene meetings. So those members will be able to vote on all of the anything that needs to come to a vote. So example, which candidates to interview, which candidates to move on to next rounds, and again, those candidates to move to the commission for their final vote. Non-voting advisory members are there also, and they're encouraged to attend the meetings. They may be designated to attend interviews and provide feedback on candidates and on applications to the voting members. I provided some best practices for members, and again, because this is a public body, it operates just like the commission does. So again, serial communications between members is considered to be a violation of the open meeting law, which means that of the 5 voting members, we discourage any type of discussion of the ED candidate between those voting members. And there can be facilitation between the non-voting members in order to avoid concerns in that way. I'll also confidentiality concerns. Obviously, a lot of the reason why we're conducting this screening committee is to allow for the confidentiality of resumes, application materials, and anything else that's submitted along with applications, including accommodations requests under the ADA and other issues, things that we want to keep private. So they'll receive those meeting materials, which could receive some of that information, and they're being encouraged to keep those confidential and not to share about any impressions or who's applied for the position outside of the subcommittee meetings. We provided some information about how to forward any inquiries received by candidates. Because the screening committee is a public committee, obviously some of the names of the members are going to be public. So you might be getting inquiries from candidates, either from social media or from other communications outlets. They're just being advised to forward those communications to either HR or public records or to press, just to make sure that they're routed to the appropriate people and that the subcommittee has information about all the candidates. And then also, just as a final reminder, just reminders about the conflict of interest law and the public records law. Again, making sure that all members are up to date on their conflict of interest trainings as they are required under our laws. And just to notify the general counsel and to make inquiries to the ethics commission if they find out that somebody has applied for a position that they might have a previous relationship with, and how we can handle any of those potential conflicts of interest or concerns. And as for the public records law, again, a lot of this information is going to be personnel information that's not subject to the public records law and not going to be distributed to the public. So just keeping in mind, again, to refer those inquiries to our records access officer and to ensure that that information is kept confidential.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. General Counsel Gaston, I have 3 questions. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly, that cover letters and resumes are not considered public documents?
That is correct. They are not subject to the public records law.
Okay. And then the second question is, I will ask on behalf of all of us, and it is legal advice in regards to social media. And I notice sometimes we will share employment opportunities at the commission on our social media pages. I am wondering if members of this body should stay clear of posting the executive director position, because that would open a channel of communication through direct messaging, perhaps by candidates. So I'm just wondering if you advise this body to not post the executive director position on our, since we are the ultimate judge of who will get the position, should we stay away from that?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner. I think that it would be prudent not to, not to engage, certainly not to engage with any candidates that are on social media or to respond to any communications from media. That's why I've advised, and I will send that communication to you as well, especially since if whoever's going to be reviewing resumes, to make sure that they understand that, again, those inquiries should be shared with HR to avoid any potential unfair advantages or any type of issues. We want to make sure that all communications are funneled through the screening committee. I don't want to say, I understand we want to share the positions online. It's something that the commission likes to do. I'm not going to go that far as to advise that, but again, I think we have that conduit and advice just to, so for commissioners to be aware that, not to communicate with applicants.
So just to follow up on that, so if we receive phone calls from prospective applicants, how do you advise the body to act? I would advise commissioners not to engage with individuals who are asking about the position. I would like that, I think that information should come from the HR department. If they're asking questions about the process, I think that those can be, if voicemails could be forwarded to the screening committee. And anything like that. So I wouldn't engage with anybody on the phone. What about
hold on, sorry, Commissioner Roy. I have a follow-up question to that. So if there's someone who reaches out to us via email, you're saying that the correct response is to send them where?
So I provided some email addresses regarding candidate inquiries. So most of them, I think, if they're related to the search, hey, when are interviews happening? I sent my interview, my resume and what's going on with that. Those would be going to executive director search at cccmass.com. So that's probably going to be a majority of those inquiries. So I think that that's the best address to send it to. And up to the screening committee, obviously there might be some additional context for phone messages, and so I'm not sure who will be handling you know, the records and things like that. But I think we might have information about that later. And then yeah,
because that allows us to not be unresponsive and still provide some sort of response. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. My question is around indirect communication. If we received a call from someone on behalf of someone else, how do you advise indirect communication about the position? Someone is lobbying us on behalf of somebody else. How do you advise this body to handle that situation?
So that's a good question as well. You know, again, I would recommend not engaging in those conversations at this time. I think the point of the screening committee is that we want to make sure everybody has a fair shot. So if you're going to be engaged in a face-to-face conversation or a phone call, I would just say, again, refer them to the screening committee. You know, we'll be interviewing the finalists in public session at the end of the process.
Okay.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And I think this is my final question. Have we determined a minimum amount of candidates that will be put forth to the full commission at the final interviews? Is it obviously more than one, right? Are we going to come up with a number, 3? I'm not sure.
I'll let our Chief People Officer and Acting Executive Director respond. Debbie, do you mind providing a response to Commissioner Roy's question?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Roy, can you repeat the question, please?
Of course, Debbie. My question to the body, or to Christina, but now to you, is has the committee or the commission decided on a minimum acceptable amount of candidates that will be put forth to the full body for consideration? You know, obviously more than one. Have we settled on a number, an uneven number, or, you know, where is it?
Yeah, so that's not a predetermined number. It's going to depend on, you know, the quality, obviously, of the candidates. And, you know, I can say we anticipate maybe 10 candidates may be put forward, but that's not going to mean anything. So that can't be a predetermined number. That number will be determined when we go through the actual process of screening. Does that answer the question?
Yes, I guess I didn't word it. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, can there be a scenario, would there ever be a scenario where just one individual gets put forward?
Okay, I see our general counsel shaking her head.
So Commissioner, the minimum amount that can, so we have to put at least 2 candidates before the commission. That's a requirement.
Thank you. Perfect.
But there's no upper limit to that. You know, that can be, usually I mentioned that was one of the matters that the voting members of the subcommittee will likely discuss, about how many finalists to put forward to the commission.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And so just to repeat, the floor is 2 and the ceiling is unlimited.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just as a reminder, you know, to Commissioner Roy's question, whatever number we bring forward, obviously we want to conduct interviews with everybody, all of our finalists, on the same day, so that, you know, stretching it over a day or 2, I think, gives some candidates an unfair advantage if they can watch the questions that the other candidates are facing. So it's kind of acknowledged, but at the same time, you know, adding that to the slide, that it is our intention to interview all finalists on the same day, obviously, as everybody knows, at a public meeting.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Acting Executive Director Hilton Creek, I'm making a request. Could you, by the end of business today, email these slides with this timeline to all of the commissioners? So it wasn't really in the board book, so we have it as a reference tool.
Sure, absolutely. And I had not intended to, this was really my outline for the report, but I didn't know if the commission, would want to see it. So I did submit it just in case it was asked for. So absolutely, I can do that.
Thank you so much.
I will add a note to that this timeline is subject to change. That's why I was talking a little bit earlier about
exactly.
I think there will be some changes to the timeline, but just to remember that and keep it in mind.
And Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, please.
To what Commissioner Stebbins stated. So a few public meetings back, we had talked about that. We had talked about, I believe part of my presentation was the recommendation of making sure that we had a solid process in terms of the final candidates and that they would be interviewed on the same dates. And so internally, we would have to look at how that process would work because, with digital media these days, there would have to be some clear guidelines around how the interviews were going to take place and having them on site. How would we make sure that one candidate is not, privy to the interview of the second candidate? So there's some logistics that need to be worked out in terms of how that will play out. And we can submit that. We can submit a proposal for a plan to the commission to review.
Thank you, Debbie. The other thing, before this is sent out to all commissioners, I have one requested edit. So that last line, the September 16th to 30th about subcommittee makes the recommendation to voting members, so on and so forth. I believe that whole line should be in reference to the commission, because by the time we get into the final rounds, it's before the commission, it becomes the commission's decision. So I just think we need to tweak that so that it refers to the commission being the final determination people for our next ED. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, thank you, and thank my colleagues and our AED/CPO for the conversation and our GC. I would encourage us to begin to set some dates on the books, especially around the work of the screening committee. I think we can start that effort to build out some times that everybody is available. Obviously, we're balancing two things, right? We know this is a big priority for the commission as a whole. It's a big priority for the agency. At the same time, we place priority on family time too. And I know that we're stretching into the summer when folks are on vacation and or maybe taking time. So as soon as we can begin to lock down some dates so we can all commit ourselves to being at meetings, I think would be a helpful next step.
I agree. And I will take this time to let everyone know that there will be a lot of in-person meetings with the search committee so that we can sit down and have these conversations and review the resumes. But I agree, Commissioner Stebbins.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, please, Debbie.
Yeah, so I wanted to go back to the edit. At the bottom there, September 16th through the 30th, there should have been two lines here. One would have been voting members recommend the individuals to be interviewed, or recommend the individuals who would move forward. And then there was a second line, this is totally my fault. I'll take responsibility for that. Should have said the commission chooses the new ED. So that was kind of, those two were blended together. I'm sorry. I think I did this kind.
I don't know if that aligns though, because at the stage before that, August 22nd to September 15th, it references we're going for the final round of interviews. And that's when this process leaves the search committee and goes to the full commission. So I guess maybe I need to understand this a little bit more, because why then would the subcommittee play a role after the entire commission is now playing a role?
Yes, you're absolutely right. They should not be doing that. I think maybe what happened here as I was doing this, I was cutting and pasting based on the information that I had to move around. And I think it just might have been moved around out of order. So I apologize. I take complete responsibility for that.
No. Debbie, I know you go above and beyond, so no need. And I know that we can rectify this. So my only request is that we just amend it before sending it out to the full commission so that it accurately reflects what the process will entail. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you so much. I guess I'm going to pose this question and maybe comms can follow up. Do we know if this posting has been picked up nationally to national job boards and job sites? We had talked about that, casting a wide net. And obviously we want to take diversity into account, but also geographic diversity to make sure we have candidates from all over. So I just want to confirm if the comms, traditional comms or the comms team can confirm that this posting has been picked up in national job boards. I would have greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone from comms is present, but Debbie, do you have that information?
I don't have that information right now.
Okay.
I know that we did cast as wide a net as we possibly can, and but I can get that information for you.
Commissioner Roy, I think it might be helpful also if there were certain places you think that this posting should appear. If you can send that over to Debbie in the comms team, just to make sure it's covered. And then maybe at the next, I'm looking for the next public meeting, because I think we're meeting probably a couple of days before this closes.
Oh.
Yep, we're meeting on the 13th. So maybe on the 13th, Debbie, I think it will be helpful to have a complete breakdown on where this posting has appeared.
Okay, absolutely. I can do that.
Okay.
I think internally we were also looking at a couple other areas. So I should have a complete picture by then, by the 13th.
That's helpful. And even if that's for the public to know, but if you retrieve that information beforehand internally, if you could send it to the commissioners, I think that would be beneficial. So then we know if there's anything that's missing too.
Sure, most definitely will.
Okay, so I think at this time, we do need to seek a motion to confirm those voting members and to also confirm myself as the chair of the committee. I'll ask our general counsel to rejoin us just to confirm that those are the two items that need to be voted on by the body.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Roy.
I guess acting chair or general counsel. I'm not sure who this question is directed to, but should we add friendly language to the motion that non-voting commissioners would have access, full access to the resumes, but not participate in any deliberations?
General counsel.
So this is, to me, this is a motion for the screening committee. So, I think that if you'd like to add that language, that is fine. But I just add that this is a motion for the screening committee. I just want to make sure that we are clear that there can only be two commissioners on the screening committee that can deliberate.
Christina, can we divide them into two separate motions? So one is in reference to the actual screening committee and another motion in terms of access to the documents?
Yes.
Okay. I'm doing my own line drafting right now of a motion. So it's a motion to approve the voting members of the executive director search committee Those members being the acting chair, Commissioner Stebbins, our acting executive director and chief people officer, Mary Alice Curley, and Lisa. I always mess up Lisa's last name. What is Lisa's last name?
Schlegel.
Schlegel. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
the chair votes aye. I also realize that there will be 3 motions total. So the second motion is a motion for myself, so acting chair Concepcion, to serve as chair of the search committee. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Christina, can you help in capturing the motion needed for Commissioner Roy's request?
Sure. So it would be a motion to allow commissioners not on the executive director search subcommittee to review resumes and application materials. However, not to deliberate on any of the matters regarding the executive director search.
Thank you, Christina. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
the chair votes aye. Okay. Unless I'll take a step back before we go to the next item to make sure we answer any other questions. And Debbie, if there's any additional information you wanted to provide before we go to the next item on the discussion topics. Debbie, you're muted.
I think that's it. I think that's
Okay.
good. We're
Okay.
good on the
Okay.
ED update.
All right. Well, I'm glad we're having this conversation. This is the entire reason for it, so that all commissioners are informed about what's happening, the inner workings, and the process going forward. I think I've already mentioned this, and I'll say it probably every time. There will be an executive director search update at every meeting. Every time we have a public meeting, we will come with an update about what's happening and what the next steps are, and also what that calendar looks like. Debbie, thank you so much for all the work that you are doing and for bringing this and presenting all the information.
Welcome.
Okay, so with that, the next item on today's discussion and votes is the administrative extensions for licenses discussion. And this is being presented by our Acting Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Nonkulisi Kamalo. I see Chief Kamalo has joined us. Good morning. Always good to see you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Happy Thursday to everyone. Anyway, so today we're talking about administrative extensions that the commission, there was some motion language that was presented back in August of 2022 related to licensing renewals. So now that the commission has oversight on HCAs, that means we really need to look at this language, because this will afford licensees, in host communities, additional time to renegotiate HCAs to be compliant with regulations. And also what we're seeing is that as of June, we'll have over 100 licenses that are due to expire. And many of those licensees do not have compliant HCAs. So we want to ensure that, the commission has flexibility to afford those licensees an opportunity to get back on, into compliance related to their HCAs. So the proposal is to expand, the commission's prior delegation from August 2022 to allow the Investigations and Enforcement Department to grant additional extensions for the purposes of, of granting licenses more time to submit a compliant HCA either by renegotiating an existing HCA, working with the host community, to either adopt the model HCA or execute HCA waiver. So what are we seeing so far? What we're seeing so far is that when we send out the determination letter, or basically explaining the issues whereby they are non-compliant, we are receiving information back, either by way of a waiver or by way of a model HCA. So we believe that with more time, as everybody is acclimating, acquainting themselves with these regulations and everything else, this will give us an opportunity to bring our licensees into compliance. So now, also, the biggest concern that we have here is that if a license has expired, the licensee is no longer eligible to request any administrative extensions. And this is paramount for us to have flexibility here as a commission, so that those licensees or licenses do not expire. We want to afford them an opportunity to be able to renew their licenses. So if approved, what we're looking for is that the commission staff will draft a bulletin, will coordinate or collaborate with the commission's department for us to draft an educational bulletin that would have the final motion language, if the commission does approve this today, so that all the licensees and also the municipalities can have an understanding of what's required, because they need to request it. They have to be the ones to request it. And then currently the way that things are is that when they do request the additional time, their fees are prorated. So it's very important for the commission to release a bulletin that will speak to all those steps. And then if we have any guidance documents, licensing guidance documents that we need to update so that it's very clear to the public or to the licensees, all the steps that they need to take. So I will say this again, for licenses that are due to expire in June, there's over 100 licenses right now that will be expiring in June. So please, if this is approved here today, I am encouraging licensees to really use that opportunity to seek and ask for extensions. So with that said, I believe we have, before team joins us, I don't know if the commission has any questions or the commissioners have any questions for me that I can respond to.
No, just to clarify. So this is in response to the HCAs that are going through the process now of getting into compliance, and those licenses needing an extension to go through that process.
Yes.
Currently, we have that 120-day waiver, and this would allow that waiver to be utilized a total of 3 times by each licensee.
Well, it will be in total, it will be, because right now, the way that the motion language is written, it only talks to up to 120 days, but it's silent as far as how many extensions they can ask. Okay. So now that what we have, AC oversight, we feel that this language, if it had to be prescriptive in terms of how many extensions they can ask, that would be helpful, not just internally, but also externally as well. So what we are proposing here today is that instead of just articulating that it's only up to 120 days, we're asking the board to also add that they can, ask up to 240 calendar days in addition to 120 days.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's helpful. Commissioner Roy, I think I saw you. Yeah, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Chair. Did that answer your question about the 3 times per licensee? You say we're going to just stay silent on that?
No, essentially it is. So you can do the initial 120 and then ask for additional up to 240 additional. So that brings it up to 360. So it's essentially 3 times. And no, you can correct me if I'm saying that.
No, you are correct. You are correct. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Chief Kamalo, for that. And for letting us know that over 120 licenses are set to expire if we don't act. But I'm wondering, this is just a Band-Aid, and what are we doing to examine our internal processes? And are we in the process of looking at that? And if so, can you just share what you've been working on in regards to our internal processes?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Roy, for asking that question. No, it is, it's not a Band-Aid. This is a new process. As it is a new process, we all need to, adapt to the new process. And with this process that we have in place, it requires that our employees are trained which they have received trainings related to HCAs. And we are planning to provide a refresher training related to HCAs very soon. And we are working in conjunction with Citron related to that. So when we discovered what happened is that when we looked at the totality of what's going on, remember this started pretty much, the licenses started submitting their HCAs March 1st. Here we are in May already pretty much saying, okay, we need to find a way for us to be flexible because that did not exist before. So the internal controls that we have in place right now is to develop our processes so that they can align with this new process, with the new regulatory scheme that we currently have. We're also going to be working in conjunction with Citron, with us, to see if they can also have oversight in terms of reviewing any and all HCAs, as long as they do not have any conflict of interest and things of that nature, they'll be able to do so for us. We're also looking to get a contractor, if we can, as soon as possible, that can also help review these HCAs. So having this flexibility, it gives not just the commission room to be able to adapt, acquaint, train, develop. It also allows our municipalities and our licensees to be able to have that dialogue, that continued dialogue, to be able to provide compliant HCAs. As a matter of fact, we had a conversation with, a firm that represents a lot of licensees. And in that conversation, it was very clear that they are cognizant that these HCAs are non-compliant, right? But they're also looking to see, what the commission will, what direction the commission can provide related to that. And this is part of that. That's part of that journey. And so, as we all know, what it is when it comes to this industry, it's always revolving. It's a revolving door. And if there are ways and means for us to be able to adapt to that, that's what we're doing here. So it is not meant to be a Band-Aid. It's meant to basically allow our licensees to continue to have their businesses, to continue to have the dialogue with the municipalities. And as you all know, municipalities and towns are different. I believe there's over 350 of them, right? So some towns and some cities, and since the pandemic, when it comes to operational hours, they're not open every day. The small towns, they operate very differently. And we need to be, accommodate that. So this is a way to do it. We need to accommodate our municipalities. We need to accommodate our licensees as well. That way they can continue to function as a business in Massachusetts. That way our consumers and also our patients can continue to have access, to marijuana.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much. I've asked repeatedly for data, and I know we're in the early stages. So at what point are we able to actually share concrete numbers with the body of how many compliant HCAs do we have, how many are outstanding, so we have an understanding of this? We hear anecdotally, we hear from stakeholders, and so for us to have a firm understanding of exactly where we are, and what percentage now are compliant versus outstanding, which are, all of that would be so helpful to us.
I agree. Chief Kamalo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Roy. The data right now, we have over 100 of them there, we are reviewing, HCAs. We have a determination notice or determination letter that we're sending out. And so far, I can tell you, we have approximately about 14, whereby 14 licensees that have received determination letters or determination notices, because we also have to keep in mind, even though they do submit the HCA, the commission has up to 90 days to be able to review the HCA, and we're doing it in the order of what we're doing. What we're doing currently, we have been prioritizing on those licenses that are getting ready to expire. There's also an element of final licenses as well, because they need to provide a compliant HCA. So we have well over 100 because of the data and the metrics that we have that we've seen so far, which is why today we're presenting this before the board to say, based on what we're seeing, based on this data that we're seeing currently, we need to ensure that we have flexibility. So towards that end, at the next public meeting, we'll provide you a breakdown of what, all the data, and if there's specific, information, for example, that you're looking for in terms of, of that breakdown, please let us know. We'll ensure that we do so at the next public meeting.
Thank you, Chief Kamala. I had a follow-up question, and I know that you, myself, and the team have had internal conversations, and we referenced some of the things that we've talked about during the last public meeting about additional tools we have that can be utilized if need be. I think we need to continue that conversation. This waiver and the extension process is something that I know will be beneficial to those licensees, but I understand Commissioner Roy's question about this may not rectifying all things, and it may in fact be somewhat of a Band-Aid for municipalities who remain in a position where they're not submitting compliant HCAs, where our licensees are forced to submit those types of HCAs. And I know one of the things that we talked about was the component, the provision in our regulations that permits the CCC, the commission, to essentially strike out the language that does not comply. And I know we won't have a firm response today, but I do think we need to continue to have that conversation in the meantime while these waivers are in effect, to make sure that we identify those tools we have available in case we do need to utilize them.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we need to continue to have the conversation. So we wanted to be beyond data. We wanted to do it in real time as well, right? But also because the other thing that we have to see is this working or not? What's working? Why or why not? So the continued dialogue, we need to, really foster that. And we need to ensure that, also there is, continued collaboration as far as this is concerned. But the key thing is, so far what we're seeing for those licenses that are receiving notice, the determination letter or the notice that identifies or prescribes what the issues are as far as non-compliance, they have been responsive. They've been responsive by way of a HCA waiver or through the model HCA. But that data also will allow us to be able to see what are our next steps. Are there any additional tools that we need in order for us to ensure that there's definitely HCA or oversight or that our licenses in our municipalities, they're working together in order for them to come back into compliance as far as HCAs are concerned.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to say, Chief Kamala, I want to thank you because I know this has your full attention and commitment, and I know that you have been working with your team very hard on this issue, as this is a new authority for the commission. So I want to thank you for that. I know how much time you have spent on this, that it has your full commitment, and there's a lot. So I'm sensitive and appreciate that. So I want to thank you for that. Now I'm going to put my treasurer hat on, and we talk about extensions, and you had mentioned, and in the language, the prorated fees. So I just want to share some figures with my colleagues colleagues and the public that in fiscal year 23, we had $3.6 million in revenue and agent and application fees. And then this year, we're fiscal year 24, we're a little behind at 2.9 million. As we all know, this money doesn't go directly to the commission. It goes to the Marijuana Regulation Fund, and in turn helps different buckets, including the Social Equity Trust Fund, which relies on fees like this. So I want to just also stress that if we don't have licensees, we don't have an industry to create any fees. So we have to do everything we can to make sure that this industry is vibrant and robust. But these fees will be at some point collected, and they are prorated. So that way, appropriations like the Social Equity Trust Fund do not suffer. Ultimately, the revenue will be collected at some point, correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, she always comes with these tough questions, but that's okay. But yes, the fees continue to, because remember, this is a process that's already in place, right? We already have, for example, our certificates of good standing, they really need to abide with the Department of Revenue law, Department of Revenue. And so in those instances, some licenses have utilized this. They've utilized this tool, which is why in the August 2022 meeting, public meeting, you all actually voted on that motion language to be able to do so. And we've continued to be able to collect those fees because it is something that is embedded within our software that we have, licensing platform that we have, that if they ask for this, their fees are prorated and they're collected. We haven't had an instance where they are behind on their fees. This is something that's afforded to them. And as a matter of fact, when you all do approve this here today, we'll be, we've already been in communications with JD Software related to this. That way they can be able to accommodate that or configure that within our licensing platform for them to continue to do something that's already been established, and it's been working.
I know Attorney Gooden has been waiting patiently. I don't know if he has an additional presentation for this item. I know that because we can go on and on with the questions, but I know he's been waiting. So I wanted to give him the opportunity to offer any information that he wants to add to the item.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I don't have anything at the outset. I'm happy to assist with presenting proposed motion language, but Acting Chief Khumalo has, I think, really articulated all of the points extremely well here.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Commissioner Roy.
I have just a couple more questions. I just want to assure the licensees listening that, or I guess this is a question, there are no fees or penalties associated with a prorated payment, correct? Okay.
Yeah, correct, Commissioner Roy.
Okay,
correct.
I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on that. And before Attorney Gooden, we go to the motion language. I have, we received an email last night from Attorney Carter, and I would, if Attorney Carter can turn on his camera, I just would like to read his email into the record, and then I have a question for him since he sent the email last night to all the commissioners.
Welcome, Attorney Carter.
Thank you. Attorney Carter, you had sent all the commissioners an email last night, which I will read into the record. Dear commissioners, as it relates to the agenda item 3.2 administrative extensions for licenses, the ACIE asked that I circulate the August 2022 memo on this topic as background. Please see attached link at 121. As I understand it, there may be a need to revisit the extension policy from August 2022 in light of the HCA compliance process. To that end, the ACIE, AEC, and GC reviewed and provided possible motion language to revise the policy. Pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 94G, Section 6A, the Commission has the authority to extend the date by which a license must be renewed beyond 1 year. Relying on my authority under General Laws, Chapter 10, Section 76J. I'll read this quote. I seek a limited delegation of the Commission's authority.
Hold on, Commissioner Roy, I'm going to pause you. You're reading the motion language now. So you're going into the
I
actual
have a
motion.
question about the motion. I have a question to
Oh.
Attorney Carter. So I'm not making a motion. Let me just
Okay.
state that. I'm just finish reading the email into the record, and then I have a question for Attorney Carter.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Sorry,
Oh,
Commissioner.
thank you. No, I appreciate that. Okay, I see, I'm reading, okay, so relying on my authority under general laws, chapter 10, section 76J, I seek a limited delegation of the commission's authority under section 6A to extend administratively a license expiration date up to 120 calendar days at the discretion of the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement or their delegee. After the first 120 calendar day extension has been exhausted, the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement or their delegee may approve additional extensions not to exceed 240 calendar days in total for the exclusive purpose of allowing a licensee to submit a compliant host community agreement or host community agreement waiver. During the administrative extension, the licensee shall continue to comply with the Commission's requirements for licensure. The licensee will also be required to pay a prorated license fee to cover the extension. I am including a red line version so you can see the changes from August 2022 motion pursuant, and he includes the red line, which will be in the record, the red line version. He says the AC closes with the ACIE will be on hand to present at the public meeting. Have a nice evening. Thanks, Andrew. So Andrew, my question to you, because I was completely confused by this email last night. When you say when you say relying on my authority, and you sign the email and you say I seek a limited delegation, are you referring to yourself?
No. Oh, if I may, Madam Chair.
You may, but Commissioner Roy, that's the motion would be revised to refer to the commission. So that is literally the motion that would go into the record for today. The I wasn't referencing Andrew. The I was, but I will let Andrew also provide his own response. That was the motion
I was
for the
very
commission.
Honestly, I was super confused. I thought we were
Commissioner
delegating
Ray.
to Andrew.
No. But I will also, I think from going forward, because whenever we read something into the record, when we're having the internal communications from staff and attorneys on staff, I think it might be more mindful to refrain from entering that, because then I know the public is listening, it then becomes a public record. So I just want us to keep that in mind.
It wasn't marked private or confidential, privileged or confidential. I wouldn't have done it if it was.
Commissioner Roy, I just said just to be mindful of it, just to be mindful of that. It is a work product, but I understand it's not confidential, but once it's read into our public meeting, it's a matter of public record. I know you know that, but just to be mindful of it. That motion is for the commission, and it's in reference to us delegating. Attorney Carter, did you want to provide a response?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this was a revision of the language from 2022, and I believe it was our previous chair who read it into the record. So they were the I in that situation. If you would like to revise the language, I would defer to the enforcement team, as my role in this was as a facilitator to get you the information, but that's simply my role.
Thank you, Attorney Carter. Attorney Gooden, in response, can you tell us, because this is something coming from your team as well, the motion language, how should it actually be reflected on the record?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So the Attorney Carter's correct. The language this is essentially a revision or an update of the language that was used in August of 2022. The I in that sense, or in that instance, was referring to the executive director. So I believe actually it was Executive Director Collins that presented that, because he, as the executive director at the time, was seeking a limited delegation of authority. That is the reference to Chapter 10, Section 76, Sub J. Madam Acting Chair, if you wanted to present this, I believe, and I would defer to General Counsel on the specifics here, but I believe we could revise that to say Chapter 10, Section 76, Subsection H, which reflects or
I'll stop you. I already have it revised to reflect
okay.
we and our. I've edited that.
Yep. That works as well, but yeah, so that just explains the I seek a limited delegation of authority, because in that instance, the executive director presented the motion language and sought that limited delegation of authority, which was then subdelegated down to the Investigations and Enforcement Department.
Thank you, Attorney Gooden. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. I would just ask Attorney Carter to also be mindful that this caused me enormous confusion last night. I didn't understand. I thought we were delegating it over to Chief of Staff Carter based on the way it reads. So I would just ask, please, moving forward, any communications to commissioners, please be mindful of this. I really had enormous confusion over this last evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Just want to follow up on some of the comments I know that have already been raised. First of all, to you, Acting Chief Khumalo, and our Acting Enforcement Counsel, thank you for bringing this solution recommendation forward. We knew this would be a challenging kind of transition period, right, as we were moving through the new enactment of Chapter 180. I also would be interested in seeing the data, as we've already discussed. I'd also be interested in seeing at some point, the number of licensees that were able to engage with their communities, and either one decide to submit an HCA waiver or use the model agreement that this commission provided, again, to kind of offer efficiency and ease to municipalities. And I think, Chief Khumalo, you picked up on another point, which is I interpret as, I think this commission has always sought to have our licensees in a good position to have good working relationships with their host communities. I mean, that's for me a primary importance. But at the same time, and I think Chief Khumalo, you were kind of hinting at this, each community is different. And, out of the 351 cities and towns, we know about half of those are actually what we consider yes towns, right? And have these types of agreements. But we also realize that, bandwidth and staff resources vary from community to community. If you're, the city of Boston versus a smaller community out in central or western Mass. So I think allowing this kind of flexibility, again, helps those communities out as well. And it helps those communities continue to foster a good relationship with their licensee to kind of navigate this period of time that we're in, where we're seeing this transition over to renewals, compliant host community agreements, et cetera. So just to add those comments, but also again to, weigh in and talk about some additional data points I'd like to see at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Chief Khumalo and Attorney Gooden, I had a question. So I think we can all appreciate the time sensitivity of this, and that we're right now in the process of reviewing the HCAs. We want to make sure people have the time. I'm wondering if there was anyone that fell through the gaps in between now and the previous days that weren't able to take advantage of an extension. And then what is the thought process around making sure that we're also creating some space and giving those resources to those licensees that have been impacted before today?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing that up. Right now, in terms of gaps, so far from the data that I'm seeing, the biggest concern, to answer the question about gaps, is the individuals really that where their licenses will be expiring in June. We do not have a situation where we have a licensee or a license that has not, where they have a license that has expired. We do not have that situation. which is why before it gets to that point where license expires, we're now requesting that the board gives us the opportunity to be able to allow them to extend, their licenses. And so what we're hoping is that based on the information that has been provided here today, is that the board can be amenable and be open, to do that, which is why that bulletin, that's another, it's key here, because I'm sure that there are probably other licensees who are probably not even listening to this public meeting. We want them to know that this is something that, once the motion language has been finalized and approved here today, that is something that's available to them. We'll be releasing that bulletin through Metric, social media platforms, and also be on our website. That's the outreach that we'll do, regarding this right now. That way people do not end up having to fall through, have a situation where their licenses expire. We do not want that to happen at all. So that hasn't occurred. I haven't seen that based on the data that we have as far as anyone having to expire. So for some individuals, we do have a licensee, from my recollection, who actually has they exhausted their 120 days, but their license won't expire until June. So that licensee, would be afforded that opportunity to be able to extend if it's a situation, where this is allowed as of today.
Okay, and then with the approval, I know we still have to have the motion, we still need to approve it. How soon after will that bulletin be made available?
I'm hoping that we, because we're always thinking ahead. I've already been talking to the team that we have a draft. So we have a draft bulletin right now. The only thing that's missing in that bulletin is the actual final language, so that we can just plug it in there. And then we will work with communications. We actually had a meeting with them, yesterday, and had a conversation with them that this is something that will need to be released as soon as possible, and all that. So the only missing piece is the language from the, motion or final motion, if it's approved, for us to just plug it in there so that we can release it as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much. My question is around our equity licensees and EEA. And when we do have the data, could you highlight, I don't know, maybe in yellow or something, that the number of EEA or SCP HCAs that are seeking an extension, and will there be any special outreach to those folks, maybe by our equity team, to let them know, to remind them, I don't know if we need to do additional outreach there as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Yeah, so that we'll work with the equity team as far as that is concerned. I'll ensure that, typically when we have our bulletins, we do ensure that the staff is aware of this bulletin. So I will, communicate with the equity team and have a conversation with them, because they do have, I'm sure they have a current list, and in terms of, EAs and SAPs, and I'll provide as much information to them as much as possible. That way they can also ensure that, that group, they also are aware of this. But with Metric, why Metric has worked for us is because our licensees, they live, in Metric. So when bulletins are released through Metric, they seem to really get out there as fast as possible, because of the fact that they already have these existing relationships with the, our seed to sell tracking system. But I will talk, with the communications team and also with the equity team to ensure that all information that's needed in order to facilitate that, they have the information.
Great, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You're on mute.
Of course, I am muted. If there are no other questions, I'll read the motion language into the record and ask for the motion. Pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 94G, Section 6A, the Commission has authority to extend the date by which a license must be renewed beyond 1 year. Relying on the Commission's authority under General Laws, Chapter 10, Section 76J, I now seek a motion to grant limited delegation of the Commission's authority under Section 6A to extend administratively a license expiration date up to 120 calendar days at the discretion of the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement or their delegee. After the first 120 calendar day extension has been exhausted, the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement or their delegee may approve additional extensions not to exceed 240 calendar days in total for the exclusive purpose of allowing a licensee to submit a compliant host community agreement or host community agreement waiver. During an administrative extension, the licensee shall continue to comply with the Commission's requirements for licensure. The licensee will also be required to pay a prorated license fee to cover the extension. Is there such a motion? I see your lips, but I couldn't hear you, Commissioner Roy.
Sorry,
Thank you,
muted. So
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you, Chief Khumalo. Thank you, Attorney Gooden. Actually, before you leave, I'll stop to see if there are any questions before we move on to the next item. Okay, all right, seeing none, thank you both. I look forward to reading the bulletin myself, so just make sure we all get that once it's sent out as well. Okay, so that moves us, oh, sorry, I see Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy?
You sparked a question, Acting Chair. Chief Kamal, you had mentioned that it will be in the bulletin will be in metric. Are all bulletins we issue also do they all go into metric? Because I guess I wasn't really aware that they all go into metric.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
You okay? Okay, yes, Commissioner Roy, yes. They all go in metric. That is our goal. Yes, yes, we always do that, whether it's educational, whether it's a reminder, reinforcement of our regulations and our laws, we always make sure that it is in metric.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I see our Director of Government Affairs has now joined us. Before I ask our Director Giancola to opine, I think Commissioner Roy, is there a question on the last item?
No, could we have a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely. All right, so it's 11:35. Let's take a 5-minute break. 11:40, we'll reconvene.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate that.
Okay, it's 11:41. I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins is with us or his camera's just off. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's get into the next item. It's topics for legislative and executive branch outreach. The discussion today is on hemp. This is another time-sensitive conversation. I'll let our Director of Government Affairs sort of walk us through why we're having the conversation today and then giving some background. So Director Giancola, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Acting Executive Director. Hemp is a federally legal plant, cultivated and produced for a number of end products. While hemp and marijuana are the same botanical plant, the federal definition of hemp are those cannabis plants that contain no more than 0.3% THC. In 2018, the U.S. Farm Bill legalized and authorized the USDA and states to develop programs to license and regulate the cultivation and sale of hemp, historically for industrial products like rope, textiles, paper, and food. More recently, hemp has been used to extract cannabinoids, some of which can be intoxicating. Next slide, please. In the Commonwealth, hemp is under the exclusive jurisdiction of the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. A 2020 legislative change allowed licensed marijuana establishments to utilize hemp in the licensed marijuana supply chain. Working with our partners at MDAR and after consulting with stakeholders, the Commission adopted a guidance on hemp with information and a pathway for the sale of licensed hemp products to licensed marijuana establishments. MTCs, retailers, and delivery operators may purchase and sell consumer-ready finished hemp and hemp products, including raw hemp flower, directly to consumers. These products must be prepackaged and include a warning insert indicating to consumers that the product was produced by a hemp licensee, not a cannabis licensee. Next slide, please. And also, unfinished but processed hemp may be sold directly to marijuana product manufacturers, craft marijuana cooperatives, or microbusinesses for further refining into marijuana products. There are certain conditions that must be met, however. First, the unfinished but processed hemp must be accompanied by a certificate of analysis issued by a commission-licensed independent testing laboratory, indicating the hemp passed the full panel testing standards required of marijuana products. Second, the marijuana establishment or MTC receiving the hemp must ensure the certificate of analysis is present and will maintain all testing records. The Commission may require additional testing where necessary to protect public health. And finally, the final product must be clearly marked as a marijuana product and comply with all requirements under 935 CMR 500 and 501. Hemp must be listed as an ingredient only. Next slide, please. On June 11th, the legislature will host a joint oversight hearing on hemp regulation. Led by the Cannabis Policy and Agriculture Committees, the legislators are seeking feedback and information regarding how our agency interacts with hemp and hemp products. As they explore issues surrounding hemp, we seek to be as helpful as possible to provide data or insights that could be useful to lawmakers. Now, per the Commission's legislative and executive branch outreach policy, the Commission may adopt a motion to formally participate in the hearing. If a motion is made and approved, staff can work with the participating commissioners to be responsive to the legislature's needs. Thank you again. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if the Commission is so inclined, I do have some motion language that they might find helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So the reason we're having this conversation is to have a full commission discussion in terms of submitting an official commission response or statement to be made at the hearing. Commissioner Roy, I know you are already participating. So I wanted to ask two things. I know you were formally participating in your individual capacity, but if we were to adopt a formal position, would you be interested in representing the commission in the statement that is approved today? And if not, it's okay, but I just wanted to know that just kind of changes the dynamic of who's presenting what.
Are they mutually exclusive? In other words, if I represent the commission, am I unable to acknowledge at certain points I'm speaking in my individual capacity? Does that preclude me from speaking in my individual, if I state so that I am?
I think I think it would increase the possibility of confusion. That's just my personal, so we're talking as a commission, so everyone can kind of opine and weigh in, but I think that it's harder to separate the two. And you can think on it. I mean, we still have more to kind of talk through a bit.
I mean, in the spirit of candor and honesty, that I'm more than happy to do that on behalf of the commission, but as a citizen, as an individual commissioner, I have concerns, and I've heard from many of our licensees, it's impacting them greatly about a phenomenon known as gas station weed. That are hemp products that are unregulated, that aren't tested, that are children can buy. And I feel if I'm given an opportunity in front of this panel that I would be remiss, not only as a citizen, but sitting in the public health seat as a commissioner, to not address, it keeps me up at night, the concerns around this gas station weed, if you will. So I want to represent the commission, but if it precludes me from expressing my concerns about that, then I would probably have to decline.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And just a couple of questions, and thank you, Director Giancola, for kind of walking us through. As I'm reading this, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, at the root of this hemp regulation, I'm assuming, is some connection to the concern that Commissioner Roy is raising, and that I think all of us have heard from various licensees about availability of unregulated or hemp products. So to be clear, obviously participating in this hearing, it's good for us. It's good to be there with our sister agencies. It's good to have this conversation with the two policy committees. But at a minimum, I think, Matt, we're kind of outlining the relationship that we have with our partner agencies and what we allow. But I fully expect, as Commissioner Roy is suggesting, that the conversation is also drifting into this space of these intoxicating hemp products. So I guess that's my first question to Matt. Is that your sense of the nature of the hearing? It's not just what's everybody's responsibilities, but it sounds like extending the conversation a little bit.
Director Giancola?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that the legislature is interested in getting feedback from all the agencies, and that would include what we're hearing from our stakeholders and constituents. What are they telling us? It is certainly apparent that the federal delineation between hemp and cannabis is a bit of an interesting one. It certainly makes for tricky regulation. So I think lawmakers are interested in amassing as much data as they can from different agencies that have something to do with hemp, cannabis, cannabinoids in general. And so I think some of the feedback that Commissioner Roy was indicating that she would like to share, I think that would be fair to share to the legislature, because that is input that we are hearing from licensees and constituent applicants, licensees that are dealing with these particular business conditions.
And the other thing is, it's up to us if we want to have an official, any sort of statement, really. It's complicated. I know we all know this, because hemp doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. It's not under our authority. And there's a lot of confusion about that because of, THC, cannabis, when we're talking about the subject matter. So we get a lot of outreach, and we're mentioned even externally in the different conversations that are currently happening. It might be wise if we did agree to have an official position, just to sort of clarify where the intersection is, what our relationship is to hemp, the fact that there are hemp products available and our licensees in their places of business, but the restrictions that are in place based off of our authority. But again, it's an open conversation for us to figure out as a collective what makes the most sense. And maybe what makes the most sense is for us not to have an official statement, and any of the commissioners have the availability to go forward and testify during the hearing. Commissioner Stebbins and then Commissioner Roy.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And I guess my follow-up question is to, Commissioner Roy, and again, respecting the seat she occupies. And again, at the same time, as I've said, I think we're all hearing the same concern about, as Commissioner Roy termed it, gas station weed. I have questions about access to that product. I have, obviously we are hearing from the folks that we regulate and licensee about their concerns of the product being on the market. And I'm just wondering, even though we're talking now at like the 30,000 foot level, I'd love to have us think about, Commissioner Roy, and what you were thinking or considering in terms of offering testimony on your own behalf, and seeing if those align with what the commission as a whole might be interested in, and seeing where we can be supportive of those comments or those arguments. But I just don't know what those are right now.
Commissioner Roy.
And thank you for that question, Commissioner Stebbins. I just want to throw this out. The invitation we received was for also a panel, if we want to do a panel. So it doesn't have to necessarily be me alone. It could be two commissioners. It could be two commissioners and some staff. But they did offer that. And I think Director Giancola is right that I think it would be important to convey what we're hearing from our licensees, that how it's negatively impacting them. And we can delineate from our products, which are tested, certificates of analysis. There are age mandate, like 21 years and old, you have to show an ID. And so we can show the difference between the hemp that is found in our licensees that come with a COA, and if they're infusing a product, go through more testing with our ITLs versus possibly unregulated products where there's no age restrictions. So I think it's important to delineate the difference and then share what we all got an email the other day with a big ad showing gummies that you can get, online and stuff. So I think it's important because I think it's having a serious negative impact on our licensees who are bound by the law and bound by our regulations. And then you have all of these others, whether it's convenience stores or smoke shops or gas stations, who are not. So I think it'd be important to do that. So that's kind of where my thinking is at, Commissioner Stebbins.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, and thank you for that, Commissioner Roy. And again, my initial reaction is I don't, at least with what you're sharing, I think I would like to see a way that we can be supportive of your comments, because, let's keep in mind that our licensees pay a little bit higher tax premium to the Commonwealth than maybe these items, which I'm assuming are just sitting on a counter and just go with a general product sales tax. But I know this hearing is coming up on June 11th, so I'm mindful of time. But again, I've also heard some of the same concerns from licensees about competing products being available right down the street, and the impact that has, first of all, in the industry. I think secondly, again, Commissioner Roy, with the seat you occupy, what is that impact on public health? I would love to find a way for us all to be in agreement on a statement that I think not only lays out where our responsibilities are, which is a piece of this hearing, it sounds like from Matt's description, but also look to where we can shore up a more forceful statement about some of these products. And again, that we can all agree on, and that kind of fold into the general direction that we've always set when talking to the legislature, that we have, you know, an outreach policy which shows a unified voice. But I want us to be helpful to those overall concerns if we can.
Commissioner Roy, what are your thoughts around that? Is that something that just kind of tell us what your opinion is?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Stebbins, and I agree. I think a unified voice is better, and I think it sounds like we all are concerned about this issue, and you know, I think this is our opportunity in the regulated market to talk about our concerns. And I honestly feel it's a public health and safety menace or issue, if you will. And so I would feel remiss if we didn't address it, or I didn't address it on some level. So Commissioner Stebbins, if you have motion language that is all inclusive of all of those ideas, I would
Before
be
we ask for our motion, like, hold on. Because I think we need to understand the content. We have to understand what exactly you were offering in terms of a statement to on June 11th. Because just to make sure that we are aligned in that statement being a representation of the commission's perspective.
So I don't have the language in front of me, but I can speak at a 30,000 foot level that I would work with Director Giancola to come up with a testimony that talks about what he just talked about, where our oversight and purview is, and you know, talk about what we've heard from our licensees, and then talk about how our products in our retailers and our marijuana establishments are set apart from perhaps what we're seeing in convenience stores, in gas stations, in smoke shops. So, you know, obviously I would stay on script if it is a commission. If I'm representing the commission, I would work with Director Giancola on the language.
Director Giancola, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a way we can do this, similar to what we've done in the past. We could work with commissioners to develop testimony written down, share it with all commissioners for their input and review, and then collate that, put it all together into a final product. I'm also working on some language now that would incorporate some of the topics that Commissioner Roy just shared that we could put into the motion if we are interested.
Thank you, Matt. And Commissioner Roy, thank you, because you have been in front of this and willing to testify and get in front of the oversight, the hearing, and thank you for your willingness to represent the commission as a whole. And I know sometimes that can get a little complicated, but I think we are in agreement in terms of the overall message. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And I would ask my colleagues, are there any areas you want to see in there? Are there things we haven't just discussed, or anything you would want to see represented that day?
Commissioner Stebbins?
It's a great question. I'm probably going to have a better answer if you know, if at the point in time where we see Director Giancola's kind of proposed language or proposed testimony that the two of you work on. I think it would also be helpful for the committee's information, and maybe this doesn't need to be part of a public presentation, but Matt, you and your team do such a good job of reaching out to other jurisdictions, those jurisdictions that are part of CANRA. I think some other states are trying to address this matter in their own jurisdiction, but I think where we can be an information resource to the committee and provide them updates, just as you've always done with us on different topics, but maybe to provide the committee, again, maybe not part of the testimony, but provide the committee some information about what other jurisdictions are doing and how they might be tackling the issue.
before I offer something that I have top of mind. Matt, did you have a response to Commissioner Stebbins? Is that something that you can look into and provide?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. The one thing that I do want to be mindful of. So Commissioner Roy, I like the direction that you've outlined, especially in terms of the differences in the products, the difference in the processes that we have in place in the testing and the labeling and everything that goes into products that are, that we regulate. I think another component of the conversation is around who should have jurisdiction, right? Who should have jurisdiction? And I don't want to weigh in on that per se, but I do want to incorporate something that talks about the limited resources that we do have and the work that goes into the regulated products that are on the market, just so that there's a thorough understanding of the work that is being done and continues to be done. And Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much for that suggestion as well. And I'm just wondering, Commissioner Stebbins got my wheels turning. Since our emails are public record, if you will, the ones we get from licensees, and I've gotten many of them on how this has adversely impacted them, I'm wondering if we could provide or throw it out to our licensees to weigh in on this and provide their feedback as in a packet separate from our testimony. So if maybe we could, I'm just spitballing here now, like direct the commission to ask our licensees if they would like to a public comment, if they would like to weigh in on this, and then we could in turn provide that to the committee.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have a comment in response to Commissioner Roy?
I do.
Okay.
I probably haven't been as privy to all the emails as Commissioner Roy has talked about. I've certainly have had one-on-one conversations as all of us have been out and doing events and roundtables and activities like that. I know it's short time and turnaround, but certainly could include within the motion or a separate motion, the posting of a general question to go out to our licensees in terms of, what impact they might be feeling on the availability of these products. I think to Commissioner Roy's point, and that way we can get real feedback in real time from our licensees through kind of a more formal channel that I would feel more comfortable being able to share with the joint committees or with the Cannabis Policy and Agriculture Committee.
I think I might have to push back on that, but there's a reason. It's because of what's happening with the team internally. This is a June 11th hearing. We have our Martha's Vineyard or the Island Transportation hearing also in the works. I know just from internal conversations, there's a lot happening now just to make sure that hearing happens and it goes seamlessly. I just want us to be mindful of their capacity right now with such a short turnaround. So I don't think I would support that only because of the time constraints. Commissioner Roy.
How about we compromise and just throw it out today? If anyone listening has any comments, please email us around this issue, and that'll organically just happen. So I don't know if Matt, is there a particular email? If anyone listening today has any concerns or comments, please email us at Matt.
commission@cccmass.go.com.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good compromise. That's hats off, Commissioner Roy. That's like compromising. Commissioner Stebbins.
Hemp in the kind of subject line.
Yes. Yes.
We have 151 attendees listening right now. We know sometimes that's staff, but we also know sometimes that's our folks that cover us for various media outlets, and maybe they can also help us spread the word without, again, to the chair's point of adding some additional work onto our team.
Okay. Matt, thank you for dropping the motion into the chat. Actually, you know what, Commissioner Roy, do you want to offer the motion and read it into the record?
There it is. Okay, I will. Okay, thank you. Motion to approve the commission to formally participate in the joint oversight hearing on hemp regulation and further authorize staff and commissioners to develop responsive information for the joint committee's review. This testimony will include an overview of the commission's guidance on hemp, any potential requested data, and feedback the agency has heard from stakeholder licensees regarding hemp products.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Let's do a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor and none opposed. Matt, thank you so much. Before we let you go, let's see, are there any additional comments or questions before we move on to the next item?
I just want to thank Director Giancola for his presentation, and I look forward to working with him. Time's ticking, so we'll be working on this really quickly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, we're actually moving pretty quickly, knock on wood. So let's get into the next agenda item. This is the accounts receivables discussion being led by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins.
Okay. Thank you, Acting Chair, and I want to thank Commissioner Stebbins for inviting me to work with him on this issue. And what I will do, I think the first 3 slides are mine, which will give a little bit of historical context and some context around this, and then talk about some other jurisdictions, and then I will, after my 3 slides, I will pass it over to my colleague, Commissioner Stebbins. So. Let's talk about the issue of extended or delinquent accounts receivable. Delinquent payments are becoming a threat to licensed cannabis industry, according to many business and stakeholders across the country. Preliminary findings from a comprehensive study conducted by Whitney Economics shed the light on this $3.8 billion issue. Again, I will repeat, a $3.8 billion issue plaguing cannabis operators and ancillary businesses nationwide. What's happening is these challenges and delayed payments and bad debt jeopardize financial stability, creating a ripple effect throughout the supply chain in Massachusetts. This phenomenon has also been called, quote, self-fulfilling negative shockwave. The topic was raised at recent roundtable discussions held with commissioners hosted by the Cannabis Business Association and the Mass CBA and the Massachusetts Cannabis Coalition. The Commission's Government Affairs and Policy team, and I want to thank Jessica and Director Giancola, put together a comprehensive memorandum outlining the size of the problem for the national industry and measures considered by other jurisdictions who have already taken steps to address the problem. That includes California, New York, Colorado, New Jersey, Michigan, and others. Myself and Commissioner Stebbins also met with leadership from the Massachusetts Alcohol Beverage Commission, known as the ABCC, at the urging of Massachusetts licensed operators. Next slide, please. Account receivable refers to the balance of money due to a firm for goods or services delivered or used but not yet paid for by customers. An excessive balance of outstanding accounts receivable can create financial challenges for all participants within the supply chain. If retailers fail to make timely payments to wholesalers and product manufacturers, original suppliers, cultivators may not get paid. Testing labs may develop accounts in arrears. Other ancillary suppliers may experience delays in payments for their services. Licensees may fail to meet payroll for employees and other obligations. Next slide, please. Key takeaways from our research around this topic so far. In discussions with the ABCC, we learned that they have secured from an outside vendor a platform for alcohol distributors to post delinquent payments and identify those vendors. Distributors pay to have access to the platform, and there is no expenditure by the ABCC. Retailers or delinquent payers are not prohibited from continuing to make purchases, but may require all future deliveries be paid at the time of delivery, or a COD. Delinquency does not jeopardize the ability for the ABCC licensee to renew their license. Current cannabis licensees may not obtain renewal for their license if they have failed to pay their annual license fee or have other outstanding obligations, taxes, unemployment assistance, good standing with the Secretary of State due to the Commonwealth. And now I will pass it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Just I'll run through the next few slides. Obviously, there are options for licensees as they continue to pursue payment for an outstanding bill or an outstanding invoice. In some of these suggestions come from licensees and stakeholders that we've had conversations with, and certainly these are things that are not necessarily guided by our regulations. Obviously, licensees on their own can seek payment. Seeking payment have contacted those businesses and offer new terms or payment arrangements, tried to work it out, I would say, between two parties. Secondly, licensees have the ability to limit or end future sales. And thirdly, some licensees can certainly seek alternative methods of relief through either the judicial system or other means, including but not limited to perhaps contracting with a collection agency. Again, I think our GC, I'm just reminding folks of the options that we hear the industry undertake. And this is in no way meant or construed to be any type of legal advice. So our licensees are encouraged to consult with their own legal counsel. We can move to the next slide. Just outlining here what I think are next steps and options for the commission. I think it would be helpful to formulate and approve a general comment question and have it posted for a 2-week response. We should also direct the same question via email, or as we know through Metric, for all of our currently operating commenced op licensees. Just as I received some insight on how licensees are tackling the issue with their own business practices, it may be also helpful for us to see if there's some type of technical assistance we may be able to provide to our licensees as to strategies and acumen to help them deal with this issue. Move on to the next slide. So this is the general comment I believe we should post for public comment and licensee feedback. Obviously, we should have a discussion about the content of the questions, any edits or comments any of my colleagues wish to make, but essentially asking the question for a response. How might the issue be, this issue of accounts receivable be impacting your business operation? We want to invite them to be as specific as they may about quantifying that impact. The more data, the more factual evidence, the better. What strategies or business practices have they used to minimize their financial risk? In putting the question before our licensees as to what steps they believe the commission might or should take is also a helpful step and component of this question. As Commissioner Roy and I leaning into this question said, this in no way assumes any changes to existing CCC policy or regulations. We simply are hoping to learn more about how the issue may be impacting our licensees and certainly the overall industry. So we can stop on this slide. The next slide will contain the motion that I want to recommend, but see if there are any comments, edits, or any questions about this public comment question as we've drafted it, and see if there are any, again, additional edits or additional changes we can make to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, but I see Commissioner Roy's hands. Commissioner Roy?
Oh, thank you so much. I just want to thank Commissioner Stebbins he really did take the lead on this, and I want to thank him for that. And I think, right, I want to just reiterate what he just said. This isn't today, we're not changing policy. We're not voting to change. This is really fact gathering, temperature taking to understand the significance of the problem in the industry. And based on that information, as a body, we can determine whether or not it warrants any type of change in policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I appreciate this approach. This is a really it's refreshing because before you come forward with a proposed change or proposed change to our regulations, having this additional step beforehand to get all the information gathered. This is also something that I've been made aware of by current licensees during some of my roundtables, panels. It's becoming something of an issue that has been raised frequently enough that I am really happy that you two have decided to take it on and look into it and come back with this information. I think the one question I have in terms of the proposed comment questions is question number 4. Should the commission reform its regulations to establish a means for industry to identify delinquent clients? I wonder if it might make sense to also offer a question underneath that, maybe more of an open-ended question. Like what is your proposal, or what part of the regulations? Because if you just get a check, yes, we should do something, that's fine, but it might offer some more information in terms of what that something is. Otherwise, I don't have any additional questions here. This seems pretty straightforward, so thank you both. Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. I think it would be appropriate, right? Should the commission reform its regulations? You're right. You could check yes, no, maybe, not interested, whatever, whatever the options are, but it's diving a little bit below that to say, okay, and I know we do this a lot, and we always have stakeholders that are coming up to us saying, here's a reg change that we would like to see. Some get specific about the language of the section, but if I can verbalize your thought, would a sufficient question, kind of a 4A, I guess, as we think about formatting this, what would be your proposed regulatory solution?
And then the other question I have, so once you receive, the questions go out, they're compiled, will you present the responses? You'll consolidate and then give us a breakdown of those responses. Okay. If there are no additional comments, you guys can go on to the next slide, but this is still your presentation.
Okay. If we move to the next slide, again, this is motion language. I would move that the commission, through the acting executive director and staff, publish the proposed public comment questions as amended to its website, send the public comment questions directly to each commenced operation licensee electronically, and assemble any related comments for commission, I would say, for future commission consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I think this is great, and it's not overly prescriptive to staff, and I'm going to allude to the bandwidth and the Martha's Vineyard hearing and everything else that's in the testimony on the 11th. So let's get through those things and let's get this out, and so it's not overly prescriptive, and the staff will get to it. It just doesn't have to be tomorrow.
That jogs another question I have. What is the time frame? What's the timeline?
I'll defer to
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Obviously, timeline is based on work currently on our staff's plate. I will tell you, I've had the opportunity to talk to the communications department. They'd like to fashion the overall message. So obviously it'll go out when it's ready, but I wouldn't want to hold us to a timeline because we obviously have other competing work, as we always talk about, but I wouldn't want to push this off too far, but knowing that we have some other immediate matters right in front of us.
So how long is the comment period?
We had recommended 2 weeks.
Okay. And so we don't know when that would commence.
Not at this point.
Okay.
Again, a lot of it is just directing the acting executive director and staff to publish it at the appropriate point when the team has the resources and time to get to it.
Okay.
But
So that would be a determination being made by the acting ED and the staff.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Roy?
Can we put a little bit like, but no later than 3 months, or, you know what I mean? Let's put a little bit of a window on the back end.
So do one of you want to provide the motion with that amendment?
If I can, I'm okay with leaving the motion the way it is. I think we all have a focus on some other immediate issues that are right in front of us, but I think to Commissioner Roy's point, I don't want this to kind of sit on a shelf for a period of time. So I think it is kind of up to us to continue to work with the AED and communication staff to figure out a timeline that works for everybody, but not to have this languish.
Commissioner Roy, is that I don't know if you had any additional comments.
Yeah, I don't really understand, Commissioner Stebbins. So are you saying, so it doesn't languish? We should say within 3 months, or are you saying don't put anything? I'm not sure what you're
Sure,
saying.
sure. Apologies. I would just say let's leave the motion as is. If it's okay with my colleagues, happy to continue to work with the AED and staff on getting this out. You'd certainly all be notified when it went out. But again, I know we have just from our conversations today, you know, a Martha's Vineyard hearing to tick off, and you know, some priority to get some hemp guidance together. So I know there are other competing work on top of what's always on top of our team day in and day out. But if you'll permit me to continue to work with staff and give updates as to when it goes out, and that way I make sure it's not going to sit on a shelf and not get published. So does that answer your question, Commissioner Roy? Sorry, they get a little winded.
Yes, it does, Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you for taking the lead on that.
Okay.
Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to make the motion?
I think I already did.
I thought you were reading it into the record. I thought you were reading. My apologies. Do you mind making it again?
No, no problems. Madam Chair, I move that the Commission, through the acting executive director and staff, publish the proposed public comment questions with amended language to its website, send the public comment questions directly to each commenced operation licensee electronically, and assemble any related comments for Commission's consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
No, I'm good. I retract. I'm good. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Now do a call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay. It is, this is a first for me. I have to request a 5-minute break before we go into the next item. I think the next item is also our second to last, because there's one that's unanticipated. But it's just a short break. Commissioner Roy?
I'm requesting a 20-minute break. I need to consult with legal.
Okay. All right. So
Sorry.
that's fine. It's 12:25 now, so we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Okay. And how do I consult legal since we're virtual? What do I do?
You would log off of this and then call legal.
Just call legal. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
All right. No problem. All right. Bye. Okay, it is now 12:47. Hi, Commissioner Stebbins.
Hi.
Hi, Commissioner Roy. Okay, we are back. I just want to make sure our acting executive director is also present and available, as well as our general counsel.
I am here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is entitled CCC 2024 Key Priorities and Operational Changes, and it will be presented by myself. So I think that the title may not be as descriptive. So this item includes several components in recognition of where the agency currently finds ourselves. As mentioned earlier today during the executive director search update, we are currently undergoing what is slated to be an exhaustive executive director search that will take a substantial amount of time and commitment from several staff members. And although we have been really fortunate, thanks to all of our acting executive director and chief people officers' efforts to welcome some key team members over the last few months, including our general counsel, our CFAO, and budget director, there are still critical leadership roles that still remain unfilled. Additionally, there are several regulatory changes that were agreed on by the entire commission, but require further staff and commission action. So today's proposal is something that would allow for some flexibility for the agency to complete the regulatory priorities that we've already agreed on, to also complete and address the HR needs, while also continuing our commitment to the industry and the implementation of Chapter 180. I will read what that motion will be that will be offered after. The first motion would be to direct the general counsel to prepare draft regulatory amendments and begin the promulgation process to effectuate approved changes to the commission's microbusiness, delivery operator and delivery courier, and telehealth regulations. And this next motion is to direct the acting executive director to prioritize her chief people officer hiring and employment duties until a new executive director is hired and onboarded, and to delegate the following responsibilities to the commission's chiefs to effectuate the purpose. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit out of breath, so I will take a sip of water. Hold on. So for the general counsel to oversee all legal and regulatory matters, the chief of investigations and enforcement to oversee all matters related to investigations, compliance, enforcement, and licensing matters otherwise delegated to the executive director, the chief financial and accounting officer to oversee and lead in budget preparation, spend planning, procurement, funding, books of account, and accounting records, the chief technology and innovation officer to oversee all information technology, cybersecurity, and internal control planning, and the chief research officer to oversee all research activities mandated by statute, consistent with the overall goal to support the work of the commission and be a leading cannabis research resource center. Debbie, you have been incredible. In a really short span of time, you have come in and really put everything into making sure that not only you continue to carry that CPO role, but also carrying all the responsibilities that go into being the acting executive director. And to clarify, what this would do is give the CPO more time to really make sure that the executive director search moves along in a timely manner, and that she's able to have more time for that, while also recognizing and empowering the other chiefs of the CCC. I also want to thank Commissioner Stebbins for helping me and kind of talking together and sort of developing a plan. But I want to pause there and ask if Commissioner Stebbins wanted to offer any additional comments that I may not have already included in my opening statements.
Sure, Chair, and thank you. Obviously, this a good discussion for us today. I'll hold my comments kind of on the regulatory piece because I know that's important. Everybody wants to weigh in on that. But to the points you've raised, in through communications with Debbie, who again, if we all remember, was hired to be our chief people officer, and then kind of immediately rose to the challenge of taking on all the executive director responsibilities as well. And I greatly appreciate from my conversations with her the fact that she has leaned into the work of the commission and worked really hard to gain a deep understanding not only of the commission's work but also of the industry. And I thank her for that. I think obviously that temporary appointment probably is lasting a little bit longer than even Debbie anticipated, but again, acknowledge her for her good work. Chair, you pointed out, one of the most pressing priorities is for us to bring a new leader, a new executive director on board. We went through a lot of exhaustive work, the three of us, to make sure that the job description really verbalized and incorporated everything we were looking for in the next executive director. We've talked through some of those operational pieces of the screening committee today and how important that is. And again, we all operated within the open meeting law, and this is the only chance we have to publicly have a conversation as a body. And I'm glad we're having this conversation because I think that collectively we can give our acting executive director and chief people officer some direction in terms of helping us, meet our priorities, not only to the commission, but obviously to the Commonwealth. I am pleased when she talks about the level of confidence that she has in our group of chiefs. And Commissioner or Chair, you kind of rattled off who those people are, and obviously that includes some of the team that report directly to Debbie in this interim period. But I think it's helpful for us to kind of give, again, collective direction and have conversations about, where we want Debbie to use her talents to focus our work or the work of the commission. And at the same time, remind her that we're all available to help her out. I know she is never shy. I know she reaches out to us for input. I know she reaches out to us to be on screening committees. So we're more than willing to, reconfirm our willingness to work with her, but greatly appreciate and I have to say, we expect the strong collaboration that she has with the chiefs going forward. But I think it's important, again, because of all of our conversations today, everything that's on our plate, that it's helpful for us to give some direction to our acting ED and chief people officer as to where, we hope she can focus her time. And it's not just the ED's role. We have a number of people who are in acting capacities, and those searches have started up. And this is really about building and solidifying our team going forward, especially with all the work that's on our plate. So I thank Debbie for that. It's been good conversations. Again, really appreciate hearing from her the trust that she has in our chiefs. And I think it's a good step forward and a good conversation for us to have. So I'll stop there and save my comments on some of the regulatory piece, but want to invite Commissioner Roy to add her thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I realized there was one thought that I did not include. We're mindful and we're preparing for the next ED, for the next leader, the administrative leader of the agency. So it's important that we essentially just get our ducks in a row and prepare ourselves for that transition during this transition period. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Acting Chair. I respectfully ask that we not bundle these two topics together. We're toggling back and forth between delegating Christina and regular, to work on draft regulations and the motion around the acting ED. So I would respectfully ask we address one at a time and not conflate them, because I'd like to have a substantive discussion around both of them separately.
I hear you. And to clarify, the item consists of two things. So one is as it relates to the structure with our acting executive director, the other one being a motion to formally begin the regulatory process for micro businesses, for delivery operators and couriers, and for telehealth. So those are both components of this item. And that is why I included that in my statements. But we can take one at a time. Commissioner Roy, do you have any additional comments or questions?
Which one are we going to take first?
I don't think there's any preference, so it's up to you.
Okay, why don't we delegating to Christina? Maybe we can tackle that one first. Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions?
I'd like to see the motion language in the chat, because I think I had some friendly amendments to that. Mm-hmm.
I'll read it while I am putting it into the chat. So it is a motion to direct our general counsel to prepare draft regulatory amendments and begin the promulgation process to effectuate approved changes to the Commission's microbusiness, delivery operator and delivery courier, and telehealth regulations. And you should see it. Oh, and it is huge. Wait a minute. You should see that now. What is your proposed amendment, Commissioner Roy?
So I have a few thoughts, because I really wasn't briefed on any of this. Is that third-party transporters, I've brought them up, we're leaving them out and they will go out of business. We are leaving them out and we cannot.
I'll pause. That was not voted on. So these are all items that were already agreed to by the commission. It's not to not include them. It's because these are items that were already approved by the commission.
Right. And my fear is, though, that if we don't somehow include them, and I understand what you're saying, we voted on them, then could be a year, could be 2 years. Like if they're not in this bundle, I'm advocating on behalf of third-party transporters that if they are not in this bundle of regulatory review and drafting and writing, my fear is it will be much further down the road that we are able to address their needs. So I'm throwing that out for consideration. Are we leaving them, we're purposely leaving them out?
No, I think I just clarified. These items were all agreed to and voted on by the commission, and that's why they're included here. That doesn't mean that this is the only bundle. We still have, a social consumption conversation that is supposed to be coming down the line. There's still other elements and components and regulatory changes that I believe will be brought forward at a different date. But the reason why this list is the way it is because the commission had a discussion and a vote and approved this. Commissioner Stebbins, I think I saw your hand first.
Yeah, and Commissioner Roy, I greatly appreciate that point. I think we have heard from the third-party transporters. We know we need to sit down and craft language and have a conversation around those topics. I know myself, I've heard from other licensee groups that are looking for regulatory changes. I think I've also espoused numerous times my confusion around, quote unquote, opening the regs and period for opening the regs. I come from the school of thought that the regs are always open, that we can always entertain regulatory changes. Obviously, a lot of that has to do with what regs might be going through a promulgation period at the time. It's also, again, gets back to the time and the bandwidth and the resources of our team to assist us. So I hear you. I'm fully expecting a next regulatory tranche to hopefully include, as the chair pointed out, social consumption, other changes that we might want to entertain, as well as the third-party transporter issues that they brought to our attention. But at the same time, we also know the telehealth change, the microbusiness change, and the changes to delivery. We've voted on that as a policy. The next step is to look at, what kind of red line regulation language that might be. And as we know from the past few weeks, the delivery courier and delivery operator licensees are anxious to have these have this promulgation work begin. So again, as a colleague, I hear you. I think it's important to move the work that we've already approved forward. But I would also join with you in thinking through a next tranche and having those thoughtful policy discussions around a whole range of issues. We hear them all the time. It's third-party transporter. We have people approaching us about the badging issue. There's more than enough on our plate to do. We just need to carve out the time to have the thoughtful policy discussion on some of those other topics.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And I guess just to add to that, this is formally requesting our GC to continue what we've already started. But Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And if you can hear the thunder in the back, I'm not sure. I have a massive storm around me right now. So I just want to understand what I'm voting for. So it's a motion to direct General Counsel to prepare draft regulatory amendments and begin the promulgation process to effectuate approved changes to the Commission's microbusiness delivery operator, delivery courier, and telehealth regulations. So I guess I just need a little edification. I know we had a red line version on the micro businesses. I don't ever recall seeing a red line version on the delivery operator, delivery courier. And at the November meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, Acting Chair, I thought you said you and Commissioner Camargo were going to take the lead on the drivers as far as the regs. So is that no longer the case? Are we not having working groups? Have we done in the past? Like, I don't understand the process.
Sure, I'll answer that. So right now, our general counsel has language. It hasn't been approved by the language hasn't been approved by the commission because it hasn't been before the commission yet. But it's to direct the focus for our GC and her team to revisit all the language that has already been submitted, and then give us a breakdown on any sort of proposed changes, and then have another commission discussion with that language. But it's the motion language here allows for, it's broad, because you're right, the micro business language is at a different state than the delivery language. But that's why the motion language reads the way that it does. It's to account for those differences in the process between the micro businesses language and everything else. So it's just to encompass them both, and to also notify the industry that the work is officially happening and is the focus right now and priority for the commission. I also want to give our general counsel the opportunity to offer a response to that as well, in case there was anything that she wanted to add to that. Madam General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I apologize if we're having some thunder as well.
Same.
So
Yeah.
if you hear it, that's why. So me and my team who have been working on this, obviously the commission has looked at a number of different regulatory changes throughout many public meetings. So we're taking a look, and I know that there is, people want to see some of these changes effectuated very shortly, right? So we usually have periods of time when we open up the regulations for their revisions. So for example, for the telehealth regulations, for the micro business regulations, those ones were in the process where they'd already had some recommended language in red lines. We were considering some of these delivery changes. So those ones have been considered by myself and legal staff. We've been looking through the regulations to attempt to effectuate changes in accordance with the commission's votes. So our plan would be to continue, we have some language that's ready to go, but we do want to run it past some other staff members in the agency, especially the investigations and enforcement and licensing teams, just to make sure that we're collaborating and not missing anything on this. So I think what the vote is intended to do is to give us a little push and to make sure that these get to the commission very shortly. And then again, as the acting chair mentioned, there are other more substantive regulatory amendments, such as social consumption, and those would likely be put off to a different review at a different time. But it's in order to effectuate the changes that I know the commission is looking for to be promulgated very shortly.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Roy, you're muted.
Is the thunder. I didn't want you to hear the thunder. So thank you so much for that explanation. To me, though, this motion language feels a little exclusionary. I enjoyed working on the working group for the HCAs. It feels like there's no working groups here in commissioner involvement. So how am I able to be part of this process to help make the sausage like we did in the HCA, as opposed to just bringing a product where throughout the life cycle of it, there's no input I am able to make.
Commissioner Roy, I just want to walk it back a little bit because there was commissioner input, and Commissioner Camargo and myself did work on the regulatory language that you will be able to review and comment and opine on for the delivery couriers and operators. So I just want to clarify that for the micro businesses, you and Commissioner Stebbins came forward and offered draft language and presented it during a public meeting. Telehealth was something that we all voted on, and it's not as technical as a change. I know we have our GC here, so she can, correct me as well. But I just want to walk that back a little bit because there has been commissioner involvement, extensive commissioner involvement, discussions and public conversations.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Acting Chair. It's point A to B or point A to C. It feels like this is a different process than what we did for Chapter 180. This feels very different to me. There's no commissioners on working groups at this state of it.
There are sponsors, but I guess I gotta understand what the question is. Your question is why it's not like Chapter 180, or I guess I want to understand what you're asking.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused. Why are we taking a different approach than 180, where we're not having those working groups with heavy commissioner involvement at the working group at this phase, the phase that Christina and her team are at? Why is that different?
I think so. The Chapter 180 changes were expansive. It was expansive. The time frame was very different. We had to essentially write completely new bodies of regulations. And so that required an all hands on deck approach that we've talked about over and over again, including when we were going through the working group process. The entire agency was needed because of the amount of change that Chapter 180 necessitated for the commission. These changes are more specific. There are specific items. I'll use the telehealth as an example. That language is something that I don't want to speak for our general counsel and her team, but it's something that can be amended and provided to the commission with just the legal team being able to review and provide a recommendation. So that's what the difference in that is. Micro businesses, you and Commissioner Stebbins led that approach. So maybe I'll ask why you decided to have that approach to micro businesses. Delivery operators, delivery couriers, Commissioner Camargo and myself were the sponsors. We provided some draft language. It did not entail creating an entire working group to get to the point where we are now. Now moving forward, maybe that's another conversation, but I guess I'll ask you, what was your thinking behind micro businesses? Because that is that is a component that was sponsored by you and Commissioner Stebbins that didn't have a working group either.
I would say that prior to bringing it out in the public meeting, if we're going to take a different approach, allow commissioners to have the opportunity to weigh in through the general counsel on a red line version before a final product is brought to the, so we may have, so let us look at it before the final sausage is brought to the commission. Let us have time, if whatever suggested edits from, I don't know, do they have suggested edits from the red line version we submitted? I don't know the answer to that. We submitted a red line version and I don't know if there's been changes made, but I would like the opportunity to be able to look at whatever we discussed in public meeting, whatever product they produce as a result, to have an opportunity prior to the board book, prior to that, to be able to digest it, to weigh in lieu of working groups in this different approach.
So I have to sort of compartmentalize what's because the working group is one question, but the request is about receiving the language prior to a public meeting, prior to having that public conversation. I feel like that's an additional, it's a request that's not, it's a request that I think can be satisfied, I believe, and I'll let our general counsel answer, but that doesn't, it's not contrary to the motion here. Asking for that language is not, I don't think this language would preclude that from happening. Christina?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So we've been getting input from commissioners on a number of things. So Commissioner Camargo, for example, provided a lot of comments on the regulations with respect to delivery operator and deliver courier. So we have members of our team that have been meeting on those and provided some comments and some recommendations, and then we provided some feedback and we've been redlining accordingly. Same for, I know, with when we're talking about the social consumption working groups, obviously there's been heavy feedback. I know that members of my team and also enforcement council team have been meeting with Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo on those issues as well. So I'm happy to provide those red lines to any commissioners if they'd like to. As far as the promulgation process goes, we're looking to get some written product available, and just to have that, we can have that well in advance of the public meetings for all commissioners to take a look at. Yeah, I understand sometimes there's trepidation that you're going to get it the night before, but obviously we can provide that lead time for you.
Thank you, Christina. Commissioner Roy, does that answer your question?
It does. It sounds like this is a different approach from 180. And so I just needed to have a full understanding of what the approach is and the opportunity afforded to all of us to be able to weigh in prior to public meeting and afforded enough time to be able to do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional questions or comments?
Acting Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Absolutely, Debbie. Yes.
So I just wanted to talk a little bit about deliverables on this. And I know that Christina's team is going to be working on this, but I just want us to be mindful as an organization that, you know, we are already short-staffed and the staff is already taxed in terms of the workload that they have right now. And when I say deliverables, it has nothing to do with operator or courier. But I just want us to keep in mind, you know, also that our budget that's coming out, we don't know where we're going to land. And I would like to see us have, because we do have a lot of brain power in the agency, a lot of deep thinkers, a lot of visionaries. And to Christina's point about collaborating, I'd like to see some collaboration, you know, in terms of, you know, non-legal minds and what they can contribute to this. And I think, you know, again, with the budget, not knowing where we're going to land, I would like to see a proposal as to timeline, you know, to get this completed. I think that would be helpful so that, you know, everybody is on the same page. And I think that might be something that could be shared, you know, across the agency. So we're cognizant of the work that's taking place.
Thank you, Debbie. And I know I've had conversations with the general counsel in terms of timeline and when to expect this. And I think I've also publicly stated, at least my own wish, that by July we would have be further along in this regulatory process. But I will ask the general counsel, can you share a somewhat of a timeline for this regulatory process?
Yes, Madam Acting Chair. So I know that there's been discussions about when are these going to be forwarded to the commission. So like I said, we have draft amendments. We're looking to get them, again, feedback from other staff members, not including all staff members that are like licensing staff members, I&E staff members, because a lot of these regulations affect their work and they see them, how they're implemented in action, and they can provide obviously some really great feedback on this. Obviously, our acting executive director and any staff members that would like to take a look at them, we can also have them weigh in on the red lines. But the goal, I think, in discussions with those sponsoring commissioners on some of these on these topics is to have it before the commission in the summer sometime. So that you have draft amendments and red lines before you, and you could start to take a look and make those votes and changes so that we have a product that's ready to go through the promulgation process with the Secretary of State's office. So as you know, I don't want to belabor the point. You would vote on initial drafts. So obviously there's plenty of time for feedback from stakeholders and members of the industry and holders of these licenses. And then they come back to the commission with some of those comments, and you do have another opportunity to make changes and amendments at that point. So there's going to be plenty of time, both pre-vote and post-vote, and when we have a public hearing, for not only the commissioners and staff members to have input, but also members of the community at large.
Thank you, Christina. Okay. If there are I'll ask if there are any other questions or comments at this point. Okay, seeing none, I will now seek a motion to direct the general counsel to prepare draft regulatory amendments and begin the promulgation process to effectuate approved changes to the commission's microbusiness, delivery operator, and delivery courier and telehealth regulations. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second? You're muted, but I could see that you seconded.
Second, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. There are 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, so that completes one of the 2 components of today's discussion item or vote. The next one was around the operational changes. It might be helpful, so I will do the same thing. It might be helpful if I actually put the motion language in the chat. And in the meantime, Commissioner Roy, please.
Thank you. I have the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read a short statement, and this is germane to this conversation. And I'm going to read it, and then I have some follow-up questions. As you know, I am one of 5 appointed members of the CCC. All 5 of us are co-equal voting members of this body. As members of the commission, we are required to operate under certain rules, regulations, and statutes in which we operate. I have questions and concerns about certain activities that may have occurred in the last 48 hours or so that not only myself as a commissioner, CCC staff, and the public at large need answers to. It is further important to note these actions have created intense upheaval, discord, and instability within our staff, as I have heard from many of them, as well as a divisive distraction to our agency. I respectfully ask that I be recognized by the acting chair throughout the course of this discussion, and that no parliamentary procedures such as moving the question or the motion are deployed to stifle debate. The public will recognize this as censorship and the press watching today. I have questions through the acting chair for Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, over the last 48 hours, have you been involved in a process to replace Acting Executive Director Hilton Krig? Did you make employment offers?
I'm going to pause and ask our general counsel to hold on. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Commissioner Roy. Point of order. Hold on. What does that have to do with what? Hold on. Hold on. Commissioner Roy, I'm going to ask our general counsel to join us. You're entering statements and information that is not a part of today's discussion or vote. And I want to pause there and just ask our general counsel for any legal guidance at this time.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. So I would just, again, I think that the topic on the agenda is CCC 2024 key priorities and operational changes. So I know that there have been some suggestions on some ways we can have that in place, but I would just caution commissioners from adding anything that involves like a personnel action that might be considered to be held confidential, privacy implications, implications under the public records law, and just making sure that we preserve privacy in those cases. So I think there's been some motion language on the floor with respect to the agenda item today.
Thank you, Christina. And maybe, I don't really know, it's going into a direction that's not a part of the motion or a part of the process thus far. That has been, at least I tried to outline during the opening comments for this item. I also want to respect our acting executive director and CPO, and just to be mindful of that as well. Commissioner Roy, do you have a response or any questions about the motion language?
I would like to bring this up in new business not anticipated. If you're going to stifle this discussion,
I don't know why you're phrasing this. I just want to know if you have any questions on the motion at hand and the item that I presented.
I do. I have a question that why am I not briefed on any of these things? I get it through, and I understand there's open meeting law, but as acting chair, you have not provided me any context. I get it in an email. I have no meetings. I have nothing through general counsel.
Roy, I'm more than happy to meet with you. I have never declined. I've never declined. Hold on, Commissioner Roy. This is, I just want us to focus on the task at hand, but I do want to respond to you. And I never will decline a meeting with you. We can have a meeting and we can have those standing conversations. There is open meeting law and I did send out a notification to the entire commission about the item, but I made sure that it aligned with open meeting law. I met with our general counsel to make sure that that message did not violate the restraints that are in place under the law. So I did give you notice. I did write down what I could, but because of open meeting law, and you all know this, and I think the public is very aware of this, we're only allowed to speak to only one other commissioner. And Commissioner Stebbins and I have had these conversations, so I then cannot have a serial communication with you. This is something that's on the agenda. It's a policy item. It's for all of those reasons, I am restricted, but I would never, and I want to clarify that. I don't know why. I would never deny a meeting or conversation with you, and I would welcome that always. So I apologize if you feel that you have not had adequate conversations with me. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. I feel that the motion language you landed on today, there were actions over the last 48 hours that offers were made to employees and rescinded.
That is a personnel. Hold on, Commissioner Roy, and we can still talk about that. I'm not going to take. Hold on, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, please. I will not get into a conversation about personnel matters during an open meeting. We've already gotten into a place where it's gotten really complicated from past actions. I am not going to entertain that, and I don't think it is something that should be allowed during this conversation. So I want us to continue with the conversation at hand. I have offered the motion language. You can decide not to support that motion language. I welcome any comments that you have on the motion language, but anything else is not for this space. And I feel a little bit conflicted with the fact that I need to say that now to a commissioner in public, but we will not engage in that conversation. Are there any additional comments or questions from any other commissioner? Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
I don't. I believe our acting ED had a hand raised or wished to make a suggestion.
Absolutely. Acting Executive Director Debbie Hilton Creek, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Chair. This is a little bit unfortunate, but I would like to suggest that we, to your point, not have this conversation here. I would really appreciate it. Can we table that for maybe another forum?
And Debbie, to clarify, is your request to table the Commissioner Roy's questions or around personnel issues or questions?
Yeah,
I just want to clarify.
Just not to have that discussion here at this point.
I absolutely. Commissioner Roy, I'll just reiterate in asking you to table that. Also out of respect of the people who are here and a part of this conversation. Now, are there any questions about what I have laid out and the motion on the table? Commissioner Roy.
I just have a quorum question for the general counsel. I have a quorum question related to the vote. So my question is, as I read Chapter 10, Section 76, Section E, requires an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners for any action taken by the commission. That is correct, right?
I believe that is correct. I'll let our general counsel respond.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think I'll sort of reiterate why this conversation is happening and what the reasoning and the goal. It is around our internal resources and priorities here at the Cannabis Control Commission. It is around the hiring of the next executive director, as well as filling other critical roles that I've outlined earlier. I don't know if there was any questions in terms of the reasoning or anything that was outlined earlier at the beginning of this conversation. Is there any confusion or, so I'll just ask Commissioner Roy.
Where is the motion language?
I put it in the chat.
So it's the first I'm seeing this is today, correct?
Oh, I don't know if this is the first time you're seeing that.
So,
by all means, the motion is in the chat. If you have questions on the motion, please ask those questions now. If you would like for this item, this motion to be tabled so that you have more time, we can also do that. But let me stop there and let you offer your comments.
if you like, I have had no time with this motion language, so it's either a no vote or we table it. I've had no time with this.
Are you requesting that if you tabled? I want to clarify what you're asking.
Yeah, so if we vote due to the lack of time with this motion language, I will have to vote no. If we table it, then I will have time to be able to absorb and digest this motion language.
So there are 3 options. You vote no, and that's completely within your authority to vote no. And there are no changes, and that is fine. The other option is that it's tabled, and we can revisit this. I said there's three. So I guess essentially there are two. I want to understand what your preference is, because this is your time to be, to ask any questions. But if you would like to table it, and I think now that we've had the public conversation, I can talk to you about this, because I'm no longer constrained by that open meeting law, because I've now said this publicly. If you would like for you and I to have a conversation in the interim between now and the next time we have a meeting, we can do that.
So is that tabling it?
That's if it's tabled.
Okay, so if I may, I wasn't part of any of this process in any way.
Mm-hmm.
And I have had no time to understand this motion language, which is quite lengthy, as you can see. So if we'd like to take a vote, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Do you have a preference?
Sure, let's vote.
Okay. Commissioner Stebbins, I guess I'll ask, is there a motion?
Oh, well, so moved.
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call with the roll. Commissioner Roy?
No.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yes.
The chair votes aye, but the motion does not pass. Commissioner Roy, while we're still on this item, and you raised something that I really want to make sure we address. So you talked, I don't remember receiving any sort of outreach from you to have conversations, but do you want to have a conversation on this item? Or, I can just have a regular check-in with you about other things, but do you want to have a conversation about this?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that. I think we kind of straight, and this was not a slight to you. This is me recognizing the restrictions we have under the law. So I'm always really mindful of the way that we proceed. So I do want to make that extremely clear to you. I see our general counsel has also joined us. I don't know if you have any additional comments, General Counsel Gasson.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I just again, I know it's very tricky, obviously, with the open meeting law. Obviously, the acting chair can brief commissioners on items that are on the agenda and procedural issues on the agenda. That's something that's exempted from the open meeting law, is not considered a deliberation. So any kind of discussion about procedural issues and things like that can take place. But just to be aware, obviously, deliberations are discussions about when you're expressing an opinion and potentially talking about the actions that are going to be taken. So in those cases, that's why we're mindful of the fact that only 2 commissioners may have that conversation, because 3 commissioners are considered a quorum of the commission. So I just wanted to add that advice to you all as you move forward.
Thank you, Christina. And I did send the communication outlining the process and procedure to the entire commission. I don't know if you had the opportunity, it doesn't sound like you had the opportunity to speak with our general counsel before today, but that was added in that communication, that she was available to answer any pressing questions that I couldn't answer because of the limitations that I had. Okay, I know that there is one additional item. This is something that was unanticipated at the time of posting. So it falls under new business, not anticipated at the time of posting. The commission will need to enter executive session pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, in order to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, because the open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body. The matter to be discussed is patient-centric of Martha's Vineyard and the Green Lady Dispensary versus the Cannabis Control Commission. Other individuals that will be present at the executive session will include the Acting Executive Director, Deborah Hilton Creek, our General Counsel, Christina Gasson, and representatives from the Office of the Attorney General, as well as a member of the legal department who will be present to take minutes. So I will ask at this time First, for a motion to enter executive session. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. And responding, I want you to also affirm that you are alone and no one can hear the proceedings. Commissioner Roy?
I confirm that I'm alone and no one can hear the proceedings.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins?
I am also alone and nobody can hear the proceedings.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. The acting chair votes aye. I am also alone and no one can hear the proceedings. This is different. I know in past executive, when we entered executive session, we didn't return. I will say we will return in order to conclude today's meeting. So with that said, I will see you all in executive session. Thank you. So, we are back. I'm just requesting, I'm making sure that Matt is able to join us. Thank you, Betsy. All right, so Director Giancola says that he should be joining now, and once he comes on screen, we can talk about the next thing. So this would fall into new business not anticipated at the time of posting. Give him a few more minutes. Okay, Matt, are you here?
Hello, Chair. Yes.
There we go. Okay. All right. So before we wrap up today, I wanted to bring up and understand logistically if there is anything that needs to be addressed for our island transportation hearing that is occurring on Martha's Vineyard. Matt, can you kind of let us know if we needed to make any amendments to that motion language in terms of the time and the date?
Chair, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you. I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Yeah, apologies. My screen went blank, but if you can hear me, I think that could work. So yeah, in keeping with the commission's motion at the last public meeting to hold a meeting within 30 days, the teams are working to coordinate that. It looks like June 6th is a potential date that could work. There are a few minor logistical items that we're finalizing right now, but it does look like that date could potentially work.
Okay, so in that case, there's no, we don't need to make any amendments to that time frame that was set out in the motion.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Matt. I don't know if there are any follow-up questions or comments from Matt before we go on to the next meeting date. Are there any questions? All right, I do not see any. So as of today, we are looking at June 6th for the hearing around the island transportation issue that we discussed during our last public meeting. The next meeting date is for June 13th, and it will be, it's stated as remote, but we'll be in person in Worcester, so we'll do the hybrid. But we're scheduled for June 13th, 2024. With that said, This has been a good conversation, a lot on the agenda today. But I will ask for a motion to adjourn. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Now we'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you so much for everyone, all of your hard work, everyone who's joined us. Thank you.
Thank you.